Good morning. Thank you to everyone who is joining us this morning. I am Professor Song-Il at Graduate School of Dongguk University. Nice to meet you. Under the title Meditation Dharma, we have been holding a 3-day-long conference. Yesterday, we had Venerable Jinu Sunim, the president of the Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism, as the keynote speaker, followed by lectures by Tenzin Priyadarshi Rinpoche on meditation in daily life, Venerable Ingyang Sunim on K-meditation in Ganasan, Dr. Edo Shonin, and Peter Harvey. Today, on the second day of the conference, under the theme of meditation and daily practice, we are inviting Venerable Karma Alexia Thomo, a professor at the University of Hawaii, Sharon Salzberg, a pioneer of Western meditation, Venerable Seogang Sunim, professor of Dongguk University, Dr. William Ben Gordon, associate professor of contemplative psychology at Darby University, Baek Do-soo, head of the Korean Association for Buddhism Studies, and Professor Park Yuri, professor at Dongguk University. Although it's gonna be a long hours, please stay with us until the end, as we have arranged a wide range of lectures on meditation and its practice. Before we begin, there are some announcements. This event is also available online. You can watch it on the Seoul International Meditation Expo YouTube channel. Additionally, if you enter the metaverse within the Seoul International Meditation Expo website, you can watch the live broadcast. We provide simultaneous interpretation services. Korean interpretation is available on channel 1, and English interpretation is on channel 2. Now, let's invite our first lecturer, Venerable Karma Alexis Somo, professor at the University of Hawaii, on the topic of tranquil awareness and special insight, foundation of Buddhist meditation. Recently, Venerable Asomo had a surgery on her throat, so her voice will be unstable. Please understand.
Hello, Karma Resetomo. Say hello to the audience.
Aloha, everyone.
그럼 카르마 레세토모님의 강연을 들어보겠습니다.
Now we will listen to Karma Alexei.
카르마 레세토모's lecture.
Okay. Well, welcome, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today. And I am honored, actually, to be here today to talk to you about the important topic of tranquil awareness and special insight, the foundations of Buddhist meditation. So I'm trying to find my presentation, wherever it may be. Give me a moment. Okay, well, in general, Buddhist meditation is essential for learning to control our minds. They say that our minds originally are like a wild elephant, and without careful training and cultivation, our minds will run wild, and we won't be able to control ourselves. If we cannot control our minds, then we cannot control our actions. And controlling our actions is absolutely essential for being able to control our future direction. In other words, creating wholesome actions is essential for our future because of the law of cause and effect, right? So, in fact, the whole project depends on being able to bring our minds under control. Otherwise, we're at the mercy of our delusions, greed, hatred, ignorance, and so forth. So that's not a very good idea. It's much better if we're able to keep our minds under control and behave in a responsible way that understands the workings of cause and effect, so that we generate wholesome actions of body, speech, and mind. And in that way, we're able to create wholesome imprints for our future lives. If this were the only lifetime, then there wouldn't be much of a problem. We could do as we like and just forget about the consequences. But as Buddhists, we know that in fact our actions do have consequences. And science tells us the same thing. Actions have consequences. Therefore, if we want to control the consequences, we have to take control of our actions. So, of course, the mind is definitely the most important because our actions proceed from our mind. We generate the intention to create an action and then we act on it. So if we can cultivate tranquil awareness and special insight, then we'll be able to control our physical actions and our verbal actions. And we all know that that's where we get into lots of trouble is with our words and our deeds. So beginning from the beginning then, we want to learn how do we control our minds. We control our minds. Originally, the Buddha taught two branches of meditation. This would be shamatha, or tranquil awareness, also called calm abiding. And the second one, which is insight, or special insight, or we can say understanding also. So why don't we take a look at the slides and we'll start to discuss this topic, beginning from the beginning. Now here's a picture of Asia, and we'll see that many of these countries were Buddhist, at least at one time. It all began in India, in northern India, and then the Dharma was transmitted to Sri Lanka, and then to Nepal, and to Tibet, and to Southeast Asia, and to China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and around the world. Today we see Buddhism popping up in places all around the world, including Africa, South America, and so on. So the Buddha is an example of what we can all become. The Buddha wasn't a god. The Buddha was a human being, just like us. Maybe he had some special potential because of his wholesome actions from the past. But we all have potential. We all have the potential to become awakened, according to the Buddha. So it's just a matter of cultivation, cultivating our minds. One of my teachers said, the only difference between us and the Buddha is that we're lazy. We just haven't worked hard enough. Otherwise, we all have this capability to become awakened or liberated from the wheel of birth and death. We just need to make it a priority if we wish to become liberated, if we wish to become awakened. So we have the examples of great meditators in many different cultures over time, 2,500 years. We have stories of great meditators, both male and female, in many Buddhist countries around the world. So here are some examples of meditators. You can meditate in solitude, or you can meditate in a group. Both practices are very common in the Buddhist traditions. Sometimes people learn to meditate in a group and later they go off for solitary retreat. Once they've got the technique, once they've got the discipline, then they're able to meditate on their own just take the teachings that they've received and put them into practice. Here's an example of group meditation. This was a Sakadita conference in Bangkok, Thailand. And you can see that Buddhists of all different traditions can come together and meditate together. And many of the practices will be similar, and sometimes the same. Like Satipatthana, or mindfulness of breathing, we find in all of the Buddhist traditions. It's a practice that is so simple that even children can do it, old folks can do it. Christians and Jews and Hindus and Muslims can do it. So even children can do it. These are some of our students in India, and they love to meditate. When they're tiny, when they're 5 and 6, they have trouble sitting still. But then as they grow older, they're able to focus better and they become very good in meditation. What a world it would be if we all learned to meditate when we were children. That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Well, some schools today are actually implementing meditation in the public schools or in private schools, and they find that it really makes a difference in the children's behavior and their personal growth and their socialization as well. So here's another example from Thailand of a young girl who meditated. They say that at the time of the Buddha, there was a young girl who meditated so well, she achieved the first stage of realization, the stream enter stage. So this shows us that basically anyone is capable of cultivating their minds through the practice of meditation. Now here's a group of Catholic nuns in Saigon, Vietnam, who are practicing Vipassana meditation. So meditation has become so popular that in fact, practitioners of other religions have adapted it and adopted it. Some of the Catholic nunneries in the United States have zendos. They have places for practicing Zen. It's not uncommon in this current generation. In fact, it's very popular. And so this is Japan, where we see what's one thing that's very interesting in the recent decades is that more and more lay women and lay men are practicing meditation. 100 years ago, perhaps, it was assumed that meditation was the work of the monks. Monks, or if they mention nuns at all, maybe the nuns as well. But since the 1950s, especially, meditation has spread to lay people and even produced lay teachers who teach meditation as lay people. It is no longer the exclusive privilege of the monks and nuns, of the ordained Sangha. So that proves that anyone can practice. This nun happens to be a Catholic, but she also is very serious about Zen meditation. So this brings up the topic of dual belonging, belonging to more than one religion. But that's a topic for another day. But I just wanted to show that it is possible for someone to seriously practice, even if they're not a Buddhist. Now here is our recent Sakadita conference in Seoul. And you can see also that in the meditation hall, everyone is equal. Everyone has a mind. Everyone wants to train their mind. And therefore, we can practice together without hierarchy, without differences. We can all support ourselves in the practice. So I think this is an important point to make too, that the meditation is a great equalizer. And someone might be a great meditator, even though they are a particular gender or non-binary, or they might be of any particular ethnic background or any religion. So, generally speaking, as I mentioned, we have two streams of meditation practice in Buddhism. The first one is called shamatha, or tranquil awareness, sometimes called calm abiding. The second stream of meditation practice is vipassana, literally insight, also sometimes called special insight, and sometimes called understanding or deep understanding. Now, what are the characteristics of shamatha meditation? As we just said, shamatha means tranquil awareness or calm abiding. The practice is to focus one's awareness on a specific object. The goal is to achieve effortless, single-pointed concentration, or samadhi. Now, sometimes people use the word samadhi for meditation in general. But if we're precise, in fact, the word samadhi refers to single-pointed concentration. And single-pointed concentration is the end result of dedicated shamatha practice. So we start out by meditating on a particular object. It can be a physical object, like an orange or a candle flame or an image of the Buddha. It can also be a mental image of the Buddha or a bodhisattva. There have even been teachers who have used an image of Jesus as the object of shamatha practice. Whatever object is recommended by your teacher, or whatever object you relate to best, then that will be fine. That will be fine. And in one session, we should focus on one particular object, not switch around from one object to the other, but decide from the beginning what meditation we plan to do and what object we will be meditating on. So here you can see you could meditate on an apple, you could meditate on a candle flame, and you can see that young children can also do something as simple as this. They may not be able to focus as long as an experienced meditator or as long as an adult, but sometimes adults have more distractions in their mind even than children, perhaps, right? Or here's an image of the Buddha. The way they do this is to first focus on an image, a physical image, either a painting or a statue of the Buddha or a bodhisattva, and then close one's eyes and try to duplicate that image in your mind's eye, right? And then try to focus again and again on that image. And here's an image of Jesus, actually in sort of a Tibetan style, but the idea is that if you're a Christian, you could also use an image of Jesus as the object of your shamatha practice. Here's a bodhisattva such as Kannon or Kuan Yin, Avalokiteshvara in Sanskrit, the bodhisattva of compassion. So again, you look at the image until you get a very clear image in your mind, and then you close your eyes and try to replicate that image in your mind's eye. Now, here we should mention that your eyes can be closed or open or halfway. I think something like 90% is good. Then you have some light coming in, which keeps you from falling asleep. But your eyes are not so wide open that you get distracted by the things around you. So you can choose, and of course, depending on your teacher's advice as well, then you can decide how you want to sit, how you want to focus your eyes. Here's another image that you could use. Tibetans use this every morning and every evening in doing the practice of Tara. Tara is an image of awakening in female form. So you can go into any monastery in Tibet or Mongolia or Bhutan or Russia, and you'll find every morning, every evening, they are chanting and also meditating on Tara, who is said to work very quickly to benefit practitioners. Now, there are many books written about shamatha meditation recently, so you can also consult some of these books for details. And here's and what they will tell you, the detailed ones, will describe the 9 stages of developing shamatha meditation. So there's an actual roadmap to how to practice shamatha. The first 4 stages are for developing stability. So once you've decided on your object, then you would place the mind on that object. Secondly, you continually replace your attention, your focus on that object. So, of course, in the beginning, we do not have perfect concentration. That's why we're doing this. We're trying to develop concentration. So, we will find that when we sit down to meditate, our minds will wander. This is not a problem with just you or me. It's a problem for everyone, especially in the beginning. And so continual placement is important, because as soon as you notice that your mind is wandering, then you place your mind, try to place it continuously on the object, right? Continuously on the object for as long as you can. Third, they talk about repeated placement. So if your mind wanders to whatever, a fly that's buzzing around the room, or a thought of the past, or hopes for the future, or whatever it may be, you repeatedly place your mind on the object again and again and again. The fourth step is close placement, rather than just sort of casually placing the mind on the object. We try to place it very closely. For example, let's take the breath. If we're practicing anapanasati, or meditation on breathing, we want to become, first we place our mind there, then we try to continuously place our mind on the breathing. Then when our mind wanders, we repeatedly place the mind again and again on the object. And then in the fourth step, we place it closely. In other words, it's as if we become one with our breathing, no separation. We are our breathing. That's what we mean by close placement. Mhm. Now, the fifth and sixth steps are for developing clarity. First, by taming the mind, and second, by pacifying the mind. So these stages come naturally the more and more we meditate. The word taming, it's almost like taming the wild elephant of the mind, or the wild monkey of the mind. And so, but it means bringing our mind under control, just as you would if you had, like, I have a very naughty puppy and I need to tame her, I need to train her, right? And so in the same way, we need to tame our minds, because it will be to our benefit, not only our own spiritual benefit, but also in our relationships with others, in the workplace, when we study, when we drive. So many benefits to meditation. And then the next step, pacifying the mind. The mind becomes very tranquil, very quiet. We don't completely shut out thoughts completely, because we want to keep our meditation object in front of us. This is important. We're not meditating on nothingness. That's a huge misinterpretation of the Buddha's teachings. We have an object in front of us, especially in shamatha practice, and we're learning to pacify the mind, make it more peaceful, more tranquil. Okay, and the last three stages are for building strength. So we begin by pacifying the mind, and then we want to thoroughly pacify the mind. So in this stage, actually, it means that outside distractions cannot disturb us. Now, how nice that would be, isn't it? You know? And when we're involved in something, that we completely, thoroughly pacify our minds, that nothing can distract us. And then we come to single pointedness. We are so thoroughly focused on our concentration, our meditation, that our mind is one pointedly on the object. And this, of course, leads to equanimity. Equanimity is such that the mind does not go through the normal ups and downs, constantly running after, what we want, avoiding what we don't want. It's completely peaceful, completely under control. So there are many illustrations of shamatha practice that we find in the Buddhist texts. And these illustrations are very helpful. Now, the elephant represents our mind. And as you can see at the bottom, in the beginning, our minds are clouded with delusions. Clouded with delusions such as greed, hatred, ignorance, pride, jealousy, and so forth. So in order to purify our minds, and therefore be able to make better decisions and to create more wholesome karma, we need to get rid of some of these delusions. But how do we do it? So you see that the monk is behind the elephant. At the beginning, the monk represents the practitioner. At the beginning, the practitioner is led by the delusions of the mind, including the fires of lust and desire, and including laziness and so forth. But as we practice more, we find that our minds start to clear out. Some of the delusions become weaker. They no longer are able to control our minds. Meditation is very helpful for purifying the mind of these disturbing emotions. We can call it mental defilements, or in Sanskrit and Pali, it's kleshas, the kleshas of the mind. So as we go further on the path of meditation, oh, and there's the wild monkey of the mind, you see, always ready to jump in and distract us. So, but as we practice further, as we practice more consistently, this is something we need to make a daily practice. We see that the elephant is becoming lighter and the delusions of the mind are becoming fewer. Okay, in the next illustration, we see a little rabbit up here. What's the rabbit? Well, that's laziness. That can, as we get better at it, we can just maybe sit back and feel a little bit, I got this, And yet, sometimes that's when laziness intrudes on our meditation. We become complacent and we think we can just breeze through it. But we need to be aware, because sometimes this laziness brings our mind down. We may still be on the object, but not with full concentration, not with full awareness, not with close placement, right? So we continue our practice. Don't never give up. And then here we go. The wild monkey of the mind, the distractions you see are getting weaker. They're falling behind. Yeah. And then as we go on, and also the desires of the mind are becoming less and less, holding less power over us. And so we continue. And as we move up the path of meditation, we see that the elephant is becoming very light, free from delusions, free from mental defilements, and eventually is completely clear of the mental defilements. We can make friends with our mind. Here, you see, we can sit down and just relax and effortlessly concentrate on the object of the mind. So then in the final stages, the final stage is liberation. Victory over what? Victory over our own mind. The Buddha said this is the greatest victory, is to achieve victory over our own mind, right? So let's look closer at these stages. You can see the elephant now all obscured by the delusions of the mind, greed, hatred, ignorance, pride, jealousy, and so forth. And then gradually becoming lighter and lighter, freer and freer. What's interesting about meditation is that as we practice, our minds become freer and freer. It opens up space in our minds where we can do other more productive things. Right now, so much of our energy is consumed by the mental defilements. Someone says a nasty word to us and we get upset, we get angry, right? And that can take up space in our minds for a whole week. Someone accuses us falsely of taking something or saying something. And we become so upset at that person, and we run the movie over and over and over again in our mind. And it takes up so much space being consumed by the delusions. We don't really get anything done. And so all of our best intentions to help others, to meditate and so forth, get disrupted by these events. Whereas once our mind is free from or freer from the defilements, then it just opens up a whole new space where we are free of all of that. We don't have to be concerned about getting upset. Oh, so they got upset with us. Well, whatever, right? We can let it go, right? And here is the ultimate objective, is victory over our own mind. So at this point, the practitioner, shown as a monk, but it could be a nun, or it could be a laywoman, or it could be a layman, right? Humans are especially good at this. Animals have more difficulty with it. So while we have a precious human rebirth, this is the time when we should practice and do our best to try to bring our minds under control. And so that's the victory banner that they're flying. And the victor is not a winner in war. The victor is the one who is able to control their own mind. Now, let's move on to vipassana. And this is the Pali spelling of vipassana, and Sanskrit has a little different spelling, but it means the same thing, insight, sometimes called special insight, also known as deep understanding. Okay, understanding what? What's going on here? Well, the goal is to develop direct insight into the true nature of things. To develop insight, especially into the three marks of existence, sometimes called the three characteristics of existence. So what are the three marks of existence? The first one is dukkha, dissatisfaction, frustration, distress, suffering. Now, this is inevitable for human beings. We all experience dissatisfaction, frustration, stress, suffering. It's inevitable. Now, we don't experience dukkha all the time. Obviously, that's counter to our experience. We experience lots of joy. We can't say that all of life is suffering. This is a common misconception. And it's also a common critique of Buddhism. Oh, you Buddhists are so negative. You only think of suffering. No, that's not the case. In fact, the more meditation we do, the happier we get. So we can dispel that misconception by saying, well, no, we experience joy. We experience happiness, but we also experience problems, difficulties. Everyone in life faces some difficulties, right? That's dukkha. Now, the second one is anicca. Anicca means impermanence, change, the fleeting nature of existence. Nothing stays the same. Our bodies are impermanent. Our minds are impermanent. You know that the minute we sit down to meditate, right? Our minds are all over the place, right? That's impermanence. We know that our bodies decline and sometimes we get sick. We know that our friends and families sometimes decline and get sick. We have a nice job, but we might lose our job. We might get a scholarship and then we can't study for some reason. And, sometimes situations change for the better. Sometimes they change for the worst. But bottom line, all things are impermanent, right? This is a great contribution of the Buddha. Not that things were permanent before then, but just that he pointed out that impermanence is inevitable in life. Now, the third one is anatta, insubstantiality or no self. So this one is the most difficult to understand. especially because there are many preconceptions about no self. Oh, you mean I don't exist? No, that's not what the Buddha was talking about. The Buddha was talking about no truly existent self, no independently existing self or soul apart from the components of the body and mind, right? So this was a great realization that he imparted to his disciples, and we're very fortunate that we still have this teaching available. So in the early teachings, they talk about no self. Later, especially in the Mahayana tradition, they talk about emptiness. Now, what is the difference between these two? No self talks about the insubstantiality of the body and mind primarily, whereas in later centuries, this doctrine of emptiness arose, where they talked about even the insubstantiality of every tiny particle, every molecule, every cell of our body, every atom of our body. All of them are lacking true existence. We won't find a true existence anywhere. We won't find a soul anywhere among them. Anywhere in the body, the feelings, the perceptions, the mental formations, or consciousness. We can look, and we do. There are meditations for investigating this, but in the end, we won't find a truly existent, independently existent self. Okay, now this leads to meditation on emptiness. First, we identify the object of refutation, which is an independently existing self or soul. Then we investigate the components of our ordinary self, our everyday self. We're not denying the everyday self. We all have a name. We all have a, family. We all have, a profession and so forth. But we're trying to look for a truly existent self. And so we investigate the 5 aggregates: the body, the feelings, perceptions, mental factors or mental formations, and consciousness, in an attempt to find an independently existent self or soul. But you can try it for yourself, but in the end, we can't find it because it doesn't exist, right? So finally, realizing the absence of an independently existent self or soul. That is the goal of meditation on emptiness. So basically, it is the same as meditation on no self. It just takes it a step further down to the smallest molecule, the smallest atom in our bodies. So, okay, then we end with the union of shamatha and vipassana. The union of shamatha and vipassana means to develop single-pointed concentration, samadhi, with emptiness as the object. Imagine, instead of an orange or a candle flame, or even an image of the Buddha, we're using emptiness itself as the object of our meditation. Okay, so this is achieved through alternating an analytical meditation, like vipassana, like searching for an independently existent self, and then combining that with tranquil awareness, using emptiness itself as the object of our meditation. Okay. So if we had more time, we could practice these things, but I think we're coming to the end of our time here, and we want to leave time for questions. And so just to say that these days we're very fortunate, that there are so many good books available on Buddhism in so many different languages. And these books are both translations of the Buddha's teachings and translations of the great masters who have practiced those teachings over the last 2,500 years. And now we have them in our own languages available. My generation, we had to go to India And it was very difficult in those days with the weather and the food and the accommodations, and everything was incredibly difficult. But we were very fortunate to study with some great masters. In my case, I studied mostly with teachers from Tibet and Burma, teachers who had trained under very qualified masters, and they were kind enough to share what they had learned with us. So we modern people have many advantages. Not only do we have a precious human rebirth, very difficult to achieve, very easy to lose. You know, the conditions for maintaining this precious human body are very few, very difficult. And then no matter how well we take care of our body, anything can happen. We can have an illness, or I'm like, a month ago, I became extremely ill, and it was almost the end of my precious human rebirth. Very close call. But, or we can run into an accident. It can happen anytime to anyone with no warning. And so while we have this precious human rebirth, this is the time to practice meditation and learn to cultivate our minds. And these, I hope that these simple instructions will help you. Much of this information may already be familiar to you, but it also just makes clear signposts as to how the path progresses, right? As the elephant trundles up the path. Okay, so with that, maybe we should open for questions, and I will do my best to answer what I can.
Thank you so much for your lecture. For this lecture, I had one question. 본 강연을 위해서 사전 등록 시 궁금한 사항을 한 질문을 받아두었는데요. 제가 카르마님께 궁금한 내용을 대신 여쭙도록 하겠습니다. 아나타, one of the three marks of existence in Buddhism, refers to the concept of non-self or absence of a permanent self. Could you give some examples of how we can directly apply anatta to our everyday life?
Yes, of course. The teaching on anatta is very profound, but it has many practical applications. For example, if someone gets angry at us and calls us a pig or a dog, now normally an ordinary person would get furious. They would get so upset, and they would create a lot of bad karma in the process, maybe lose a friend, maybe lose their job. But if we recognize that there is no soul, no independently existing self, then this comment, you pig, you dog, just go right past us. We don't have to hang on to it. Nothing to cling to, right? Because we know that our self is just a combination of many different composite pieces, right? Our body, our mind, our feelings, and so forth. And so we won't get upset by that comment, and we will save ourselves a lot of unhappiness. So everybody wants to be happy. Nobody wants to be miserable. But we continually create the causes of misery, and we often fail to create the causes of happiness. So here's an example. Someone accuses you of taking something. And you say, me? How could they possibly accuse me of taking this? You know, this is a lie, this is false. And then we could get very angry, very upset. And it could last for weeks or months. But if we're smart, if we've meditated on no self, if we've read and understood something about anatta, we recognize that there's no one there to hang on to this unhappiness. They can call me a thief. They call me a thief. It doesn't really hurt me, right? Because there's no one there to cling to. So it means that insults and accusations can just pass us by. Now imagine how useful this is in relationships. Because in friendships or, in marriages or partnerships, we often get upset with one another. And sometimes we say things that we didn't consider carefully. You know, should be more careful. But when we get upset, often we say things that otherwise we would not say. And so this is very practical. If our partner or our friend says something that upsets us, but we don't have to take it in, we don't have to internalize it. We know there's no independently existing self. There's nothing to harm. It can't hurt us, right? Call us a thief, whatever. Tomorrow they'll think differently. They'll find the object and then they'll have to apologize to us, right? So these are the kinds of ways in which the teachings on anatta can be very practically helpful in our lives.
Okay. Thank you for your precious lecture and Q&A session. Thank you again. 네, 강연 감사드립니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 다음은 서구 명상의 대표적 선구자 샤론
Next, we are excited to
설즈버그님을
welcome Sharon
준비된
Salzberg,
영상으로
leading pioneer
만나보도록
of Western
하겠습니다.
meditation.
본 강연의 주제는
The
통찰
title is Insight
명상과
Meditation
일상
and
선
Everyday
명상입니다.
Clarity.
큰
And
박수로
Sun
모시겠습니다.
Meditation. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Hi, I'm Sharon Salzberg. Today I want to talk about some of the overview, some of the context within which we practice mindfulness meditation. The word in Pali, the language of the original Buddhist text, that's usually translated as meditation, is the word bhavana, B-H-A-V-A-N-A, and it more literally means cultivation. So there was the Buddha in a very agrarian society, and the word bhavana very much conveyed the sense of cultivating the ground, creating the conditions so that certain qualities, certain traits could emerge, very free, very fulfilling. So the work was not to seek a quality like insight, for example, in a way that's determined and grasping, like, I will consider my meditation a failure if I don't have a certain kind of insightful experience. The purpose was not to create certain kinds of altered states of consciousness, which are considered very possible to experience. Possible, but these states too are quite transitory. So instead, the purpose of meditation, of cultivating the ground, was to cultivate the ground, to create the conditions for a deeper kind of transformation. There's another interpretation of the word meditation in some schools of Tibetan tradition, which I have found quite amusing. Instead of saying cultivation, although that meaning holds as well, it's a phrase that's used that's something like getting used to it, getting familiar with it. The idea behind that, I think, is some sense that most of us, perhaps one could even say all of us at some time, have had moments of clarity, of tremendous clarity, of moving beyond the constraints of an ordinary way of thinking, beyond a habitual way of viewing. We have had experiences of tremendous connection and love and compassion, but we may not be awfully used to them, familiar with them. So perhaps we have an experience of a certain type, and we think, I don't think I'll tell anyone about that, or I must have made that up, I must have fabricated that. That could not have been genuine or real. Or perhaps we think, that's freaky, I don't think I want to go back there, or whatever it might be. So many things bring us to that kind of moment. Even a lot of suffering sometimes in life can bring us to that kind of moment where so much else just falls away. It doesn't matter anymore. And what we treasure, what we cherish, is this kind of connection or state of connection to something bigger than the circumstance of our ordinary day. Art may bring us there. music, love, so many things. And certainly meditation practice is designed to bring us there. So we take that state which we are experiencing at least occasionally or rarely, but there, and we make more of a home of it. We get familiar with it, we get used to it. And even in the first example of cultivation, there's a certain quality of patience that is conveyed. I think of my friend, my colleague, Joseph Goldstein, who tells the story of being, I think he was 9 years old, and he grew his first and I think his only garden. And Joseph said he got so kind of impatient when the little green fluffy stuff was growing up on top of the carrots that he used to yank them up to help them grow faster. And so, of course, he did not have much of a harvest. It was not a very satisfying garden. And I think that's likely why he only had one. So, in either case, either translation, the invitation is to abide with our deepest knowing, to have some patience. We're cultivating the ground. We're not yanking up the carrot. Our impatience is not going to have our process go any faster. And we may have, just in life, certainly, this kind of occasional flash that we look at, we wonder about, but we understand that we're more talking about a place we can abide, we can live out of our deepest values, our deepest experience, our deepest sense of connection, that which we have discerned, that which we've understood, the kind of openings that are possible for us. So in meditation practice, there's not a feeling sense of coming from nothing and incapable or barely imaginable capable. It's not like that. We have within us what we need. We're going to cultivate it. We're going to strengthen it. We're going to grow it. And that is our practice, our meditation practice. Another way of seeing it is in terms of a skills training, which is completely apart from dogma or belief system. My first meditation teacher, I was in India, it was January of 1971. My first teacher was S.N. Goenka. And the first night of my first retreat, he said, the Buddha did not teach Buddhism, the Buddha taught a way of life. And that became kind of a pillar of my understanding. This is not about sectarianism, it's not about adhering to a dogma in any way. It's about the potential of our own awareness, our own minds, and cultivating that potential, making it real. So first of all, it's a training in concentration. It's a kind of concentration that is considered very balanced. It's not the kind of uptight focus we can have that's born of stress, that's somehow brittle, that in fact can't be sustained. It's more about our attention being steadfast, not being so flickering, so wavering. And we know this even if you've never meditated in your life. You sit down to think something through, and before you know it, you're gone. Your attention has gone to the past, and often they say we go to something where we now have some regret, and we go over it and over it and over it. I should have said more. I should have said less. I should have said anything. I shouldn't have gone there. Why did I do that? Why didn't I do that? We go over it and over it and over it, not with an eye to making amends or how can I learn a lesson, so I just don't keep doing that. We just go over it and over it and over it, kind of stuck. And I'd say for most of us it's an and, our attention jumps into the future. And we create a scenario that has not happened and may never happen. But we're filled with anxiety about it. Well, I'm going to go there, and then maybe that's going to happen. Maybe they'll say that, and then it'll be that, you know. And it's a world we've made up, and yet we suffer from. There are useful and helpful ways of thinking of the past. There are useful and helpful ways of thinking about the future, but this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a kind of habitual wasting away of our energy and our focus. Distractions waste our energy. Concentration restores it to us. Concentration is usually practiced classically by simply having an object of attention that we gather our attention around, and we try to hold that object in some balance. It could be the sensations of the in and out breath, and often it is. Could be repeating a word or a phrase or saying. Could be an image that we hold in some concentration. Could be a reflective thought, the power of generosity, something like that. So many possibilities, but the process is the same. We have an object, a chosen object, we rest our attention on that object, and that's the first challenge. Sometimes people think they just get a kind of stranglehold on the breath, assuming it's the breath as the object, and they hold on really tightly, their attention won't wander. Well, actually, it will wander more. If that object is the breath, just the normal, natural breath, if we are paying attention, if we're resting our attention on the in-breath and the out-breath, your attention will wander. It just is habituated to do that. That's natural. But we notice whatever has captured our attention, see if we can let it go, the thought, the feeling, the memory, whatever it is, without berating ourselves for it, and return to awareness of the breath. So in many ways, that process is resting our attention, learning how to relax, and once we realize we have become distracted, learning how to let go. It's what one of my meditation teachers once called exercising the letting go muscle. We learn how to let go more gracefully, more quickly, and we learn how to return. In many ways, it is a process of recovery, of return. If that original object was the feeling of the breath, the sensations of the breath, that's what we return to. We rest, we get distracted, we realize that, we let go, we come back. In that way, meditation trains us to focus on the moment before us. Instead of realizing, oh, I'm lost in the past, diving right back into it, or berating ourselves endlessly for having gone there, we let go and we begin again. Teaches us to be gentle with ourselves and ultimately with others. It teaches us to forgive our lapses in life and move on. There's a certain way of relating to that object of attention that's been chosen. I used to imagine myself in my own practice holding something very fragile or something precious, like an object made of glass in my hand. And I knew that if I were to grab it too tightly, it would shatter and break. But if I just got lazy or negligent and let my hand fall open, that object would fall off and break. So the relationship is one of almost like cradling or cherishing that object, to be present with it in a more sustained way. But above all, the skill we are learning is the ability to know how to begin again without recrimination, without further digression, without judgment, without blame, without thinking, oh, I need to do some remedial work, I blew it, I failed, I'm bad. To actually be able to let go and begin again, and let go and begin again. That is the essence of the practice of concentration. The very first meditation instruction I received in that retreat in India in 1971 was just this: sit down and feel your breath. In that system, it was the normal, natural breath at the nostrils as the air went in and out. And I thought, I don't understand. I came all the way to India for something magical and esoteric and fantastic, and I could have stayed home. I could have stayed in college to feel my breath. And then I was somewhat contemptuous. I thought, okay, how many breaths will it be before my mind starts to wander? I thought, oh, maybe it'll be like 800 breaths or 900 breaths. And to my absolute shock, it was like one breath or maybe two breaths. And I'd be gone. I'd be way gone. It took me a very long time to trust what I was actually hearing, which was, it is a practice of return. It's a practice of recovery. Do not worry about how many times your attention wanders. The point is to be able to let go and come back. That's what we're really training in the practice of concentration. The balance is actually quite intricate. It said that in any type of meditation, many, many aspects of mind are being developed in the course of the meditation practice. Many that are about tranquility and peace and greater ease. It's like untangling, quieting down, feeling calmer. And there are also many, many aspects of the practice that are about energy and alertness and awakeness and interest, investigation and clarity. And all of this is happening at the same time. To deepen that entire spectrum of qualities and to bring them into greater balance is part of our work. And this is not something terribly strategic. It's not like we would urge you to sit there and think, do I have too much energy? Maybe it's a little too much tranquility. It's not like that. We're not evaluating, we're not assessing. But in the ongoing process of development, these are the qualities that come into balance. And sometimes we have a kind of intuition about this. I would say in my earliest meditation practice that there were many times when I was kind of hypervigilant. I was having trouble being just with this one breath, because almost as soon as this breath came into being, I would mentally be leaning forward to get ready for the next 50. I was very frightened as a person. A lot had already happened to me in my life. I didn't know what might happen next. I thought I had to be ready for it. And so for me, in those days, balance looked like settle back. Let the breath come to you. I used to say to myself, you're breathing anyway. All you need to do is feel it. Because I had so much performance anxiety, it's like I'd never done it before. Settle back. Let the breath come to you. You're breathing anyway. All you need to do is feel it. And of course, we may be way too far back. We couldn't care less what the next breath feels like. We need to kind of sit up a little straighter. Come meet the moment, be more engaged. And again, this is like intuitive, not through kind of scanning and getting self-conscious about it. So after some time, I left India, came back to the States, I was teaching. And by the mid-70s, some other young teachers, young friends of mine, bought a building to set up what is now the Insight Meditation Society in the town of Barre, Massachusetts in the US. So Joseph Goldstein was one of those people. I'd met him in India at my first meditation retreat in January of 1971. I met Jack Kornfield in Boulder, Colorado in 1974, once I was back in the US. Joseph was teaching at the Naropa Institute in Colorado, which had just opened that summer. amongst our community of friends who had met in India, our joke actually was that he was the one with a job and an apartment. So when we came back from India, we went there. We moved in with him. And that's where we met Jack. Soon after, the three of us began responding to invitations we would receive to lead retreats. We'd get a letter, we'd go there, we'd lead the retreat, and at the end of that, we never knew if there would be another retreat. Until the next letter would arrive and somebody would say, I can get together some friends and a cook. Will you come teach a retreat? And then we would go up there until that was done. Somewhere in that process, someone suggested to us that maybe we would like to start a retreat center of our own. And we said, sure. And they told us that most of the expertise they were familiar with, organizational development and so on, was on the East Coast. So we came back to the East Coast of the US. We looked up and down that coast for a place. And finally, someone suggested we go look at this property in Barre, Massachusetts, that was owned by the Catholic Church. It was a novitiate. We came to Barre in December 1975, looked at the property, and we couldn't decide what to do. This was a long time ago. It was an era when it wasn't really clear how many people in the US would ever be interested in meditation practice or this particular kind of meditation practice. And the place itself seemed awfully big to us, given where we were in our lives. In some ways, it seemed perfect as a place for a retreat center. It's very quiet, it's very pretty, it's very protected in a way in the forest, but it just seemed so big. So being unable to figure it out, we decided to go to downtown Barre for lunch. So Barre, Mass. is a very classic New England town for that area, which has like a town green, like a lawn right in the center of it. And in those days, there was a monument on the town green, which had engraved upon it the Barre town motto, which is tranquil and alert. Tranquil and alert. So we took a look at that and said, okay, there's an omen. Any town that has a motto like tranquil and alert should have a meditation center in it. And so we went ahead and bought it because here are those qualities we talk about all the time. Becoming more tranquil, calmer, more peaceful, more alert, more aware. It's not the same as taking a nap. It's really different than that. And there it was. So all these years later, the center is still here in Barre, not just because the words are perfect, but because that balance of mind is so important to the meditative process. We want to really deepen that tranquility, but not for the sake of becoming sluggish or cut off or being in a fog. We want to have just as much alertness or interest. That's how we deepen the practice. So a very classical unfolding of a meditative journey would begin with choosing an object of concentration, practicing returning to it and returning to it for the sake of some steadfastness, some steadiness of attention, a greater steadiness of attention. Once that's been developed, then there's a process of opening, of paying attention to many different kinds of experiences for the sake of cultivating insight. Which object one might choose for that first phase of really working with trying to deepen concentration, it really could be anything. In traditional teachings, they talk about many different kinds of objects, of visualizations and imagery and reflecting on qualities like loving kindness and the feeling of the breath, the sensations of the in and out breath is a very standard one. Partly because, as Goenka, my first teacher, told us, You don't have to believe anything in order to feel your breath. You don't have to call yourself a Buddhist or Hindu or reject anything else. If you're breathing, you can be meditating. And then, as he said, I've always felt quite charmingly, the breath is very portable. So if we can practice in a somewhat stylized or formal sense of, oh, now I'm in a meditation retreat and I'm paying attention to my breath, or now it's my morning time to meditate and I'm paying attention to my breath, we can practice anywhere. It's a resource. It's free. It's private. You don't need equipment. Maybe you're working in an office and somebody loses their temper, or you start to feel increasingly anxious. You don't have to open up a closet door and pull out all this equipment and sit down cross-legged and close your eyes and look strange. It's so private. No one even needs to know you're doing it. It can go with you anywhere because we breathe wherever we go. And if for some people the breath doesn't work as that kind of primary object or home base for developing concentration, we prefer some object that can go with you anywhere, which isn't going to be so intricate that in the middle of a more chaotic scene, commuting or wherever you are, you can't even remember it. Listening to sound, feeling something else in your body, something simple. We undergo a kind of training process, however, whether we're on retreat or at home. And what we find is that we can gather our attention around this object, have a greater sense of centeredness and calm in any situation, which is really the point. It's not just to have a great weekend on retreat or 20 minutes a day or half an hour a day, however long you might formally meditate, but to have tools that can support us to have a different kind of life. Sometimes we just need a moment, right? In the middle of the day, something's happening around us. We're about to react and lash out just out of habit. If you can just, okay, take a breath. We need a little pause to think, okay, what do I really care about in this situation more than anything? What are my deepest values in this situation? I tried that last week, didn't work that well. What would be a creative solution that I can try this week? Most of us in ordinary life experience a certain degree of being scattered, not having the ability to be that centered. It may well be that in some arenas of life, say at work, one is more present, more centered than in others. But that too can lead to a kind of feeling of fragmentation. Many people will say they've compartmentalized their lives in some ways. They feel perhaps they're a different person at work than they are at home. We might be confident in the office and fragile at home, or vice versa. Withdrawn with our spouse or partner, and the life of the party when we're out with friends. Our best self, the one who values patience and compassion, isn't the same self who yells at our children. Someone actually said this to me in a class in New York City. It's a comment I've often made sort of as a joke, but she just raised her hand and said, I feel filled with love and compassion for all beings everywhere as long as I'm alone. But once I'm with others, it's like bad news. And I said, wow, people really say that. And people really feel that, many of us. Or it might be the other way around. We feel quite okay as long as we're interacting with others, but very uneasy about being alone. Our lives can feel so split apart, so fragmented. Each of us is, of course, a combination of many traits, many states of mind, abilities, and drives. They're all a part of us and all of value. Some of them are paired opposites. And we spend a lifetime resolving and integrating competing characteristics and needs for both intimacy and independence, for example, for vulnerability and strength. When our attention is tuned in, when we are aware of ourselves, these different parts of us work in concert and in balance. When we're distracted, they don't. And that's when we feel fragmented and compartmentalized. Meditation, training our attention, allows us to find our essential core. So the process of concentration is the process of gathering what might be normally a fairly distracted or scattered energy or fragmented sense. We just bring it together around an object. And it may be just 10 seconds later, we need to do that again, but that's okay. Because over time, what happens is that there is almost like a laser. Because over time, what happens that there's almost like this laser-like kind of focusing so that we can cut through many layers of confusion and obscuration. And in fact, even in traditional teachings, the path of concentration or the development of concentration is considered a path of power. It's like personal empowerment. Because that's an awful lot of energy that could be available to us, except it's flying all over the place, obsessed with the past, obsessed with the future, judgment, speculation everywhere. And we just bring it together. So that energy does become available to us. And we are enlivened and empowered by it. This is also considered like a path of healing. Because even like in that movement of my hands coming together, in that gathering, it's a movement toward integration or toward wholeness. So we can have that centeredness no matter what is going on. We're moving away from fragmentation. The evolution of the practice, when we have developed some degree of concentration, is the emphasis on the quality known as mindfulness, which of course is a word that's used so much more commonly these days. Years ago, I remember being somewhat surprised when I'd hear someone on TV, for example, say mindfulness in some other context. And I'd always look up like, mindful, wow. These days, it's pretty commonplace, and it's used in so many different ways. The common definition would be something like being aware of what's happening in the present moment without judgment, or accepting things the way that they are. It's a difficult word in some ways because while those translations, for example, are correct, they also can easily be misinterpreted. To be without judgment does not mean to be without discernment or common sense or intelligence. To accept things the way that they are doesn't mean being passive, never seeking change toward the good, just being complacent about things. But we are aware in a different way. Sometimes I talk about mindfulness as an awareness of the present moment without the intrusion of so much bias. Maybe historically, we have been reluctant to admit we feel certain emotions. And so we kind of try to pretend they're not there, really. And that will come up. But if we don't fall into that pretense, we can let it go, be with what is, then we have a genuine connection to our experience. That's mindfulness. Mindfulness doesn't mean only knowing what's going on, because we might know what's going on with a tremendous amount of fear or craving or hatred. It's better than not knowing what's going on, that's for sure. But mindfulness also implies a kind of acceptance, not to be passive, but to be interested. Like, what is this? what's happening, so that our response, rather than being merely reactive, can be based on a much deeper understanding of what our experience is. The way I was taught to use the word is actually a compound. It's mindfulness and clear comprehension put together. We know what's going on, not just to know it, but without being caught in habitual reaction. Not just to be dominated by our history, our projection into the future, our fears, our judgment, our comparison to what we think should be happening. All of that may arise, but it doesn't need to dominate. You may feel a moment of sadness, for example, and then begin to spin out into, this is the only thing I will ever feel for the rest of my life. Or this is who I am, essentially. Nothing else really matters. Or I am the only one who ever feels this. So we have taken what is happening and we have layered on top of it a great deal of projection, seeming permanence, isolation, and we've made it all up. That doesn't mean there's no sadness, but we can relate to it very, very differently. Mindfulness refines our attention so that we can connect fully and directly with whatever life brings. It moves our focus from a single object like the breath to anything that's happening inside of us or outside of us at a given moment. We practice observing thoughts and feelings, sights, smells, sounds, and other phenomena as they're arising in the environment. Learning not to cling to what's pleasant, push away what's painful, or ignore what's neutral, what's in between being pleasant and painful. And we become adept at catching ourselves in the act of substituting preconceptions and habitual responses for more accurate assessments of what's really going on in the moment. In a way, mindfulness is a little bit like truth-telling, to be able to say, okay, this is what's happening right now. There's so many layers of assumption and interpretation and so on. In many ways, our experience arises and our reaction to it is fast. It's very fast. So that the experience and the reaction seem like one thing. They're really enmeshed. And when that happens, there's a certain feeling of permanence, inevitability, universality, like everyone must feel this precise thing about that experience. And we practice mindfulness to be able to, first of all, make the distinction between the arising of our direct experience and our reaction or our interpretation of it, to be able to see there's some space in there. For many years, my favorite example of mindfulness was from an article in the New York Times newspaper. Many years ago, they were just beginning some pilot programs in classrooms to bring mindful skills to the children. So this was a 4th grade program, which means the children were about 9 or 10 years old. And the journalist asked one of the children, what is mindfulness? What is mindfulness? And he responded by saying, oh, mindfulness means not hitting someone in the mouth. That's what it means. And I thought that is a great definition of mindfulness, because what does it imply? It implies you're feeling angry when you're starting to feel angry. Not once it's built and amplified, it's very strong. It also implies that you have a certain balanced relationship to the anger. If you get consumed by it or overwhelmed by it, you're likely to hit a lot of people in the mouth, because life can be very frustrating. On the other hand, though, if you can't stand what you're feeling and you're embarrassed by it and you're ashamed of it and you want to hide it and stuff it down, you get tighter and tighter and tighter until you explode. It's just not effective. It's not going to work. So we say mindfulness is like the place in the middle where you can be fully connected to whatever's going on without getting consumed by it, without pushing it away. And that opens up a sense of space. And in that space, options may arise that we couldn't see when we were really caught. Creativity can arise. I like to think of that 9 or 10-year-old boy standing there thinking, hit someone in the mouth last week. Didn't work out that well. Maybe I'll try using my words. I'll try this instead. So it's not like you never respond, that you never do anything. It's not like you don't care at all, despite what the words may seem to imply. But so much opens up for us when we're not so caught in those very habitual reactions. We also get a glimpse of the great relativity in life. Many years ago in New York City, I was waiting in a cafe to meet a friend for tea, and she was very late. So I took out my cell phone and I turned it on, left it on the table. I kept looking at it. It just never rang. Finally, she showed up over an hour late, and I said, "Where were you?" And she said, "I called you 4 times. You never picked up the phone." And that's when I realized, oh, my phone isn't ringing anymore for some reason. That's the first I noticed. So I spent the next 3 hours or so pressing that phone, trying to get it to ring, and I just couldn't do it. That night, I was teaching a class with a friend, a colleague, and he spoke first. And somewhere in the course of his talking, someone's cell phone went off. So when it was my turn to speak, I said, it might be that the person whose cell phone just rang felt some kind of humiliation. Other people might have felt some kind of annoyance. And I was sitting there feeling really envious. I thought, wow, that person's cell phone rings. And not only that, they've got a really good ringtone. They have a better ringtone than I have when I have one. I don't even have one. Same sound, cell phone ringing. Very different responses, right? Any one of us, maybe you didn't sleep last night. You overhear a comment, you take it to heart. It's so upsetting. Or same comment, but you had a wonderful night's sleep. You're newly in love. You have a wonderful ring of friends, whatever it might be. You hear the comment, you think, wow, a person's having a bad day, aren't they? It's different. We live in a world of contingency, a world of movement, of change, where so many conditions are coming together at any moment for any one person's reaction, and then they pass. What we do in the process of deepening mindfulness is we hear the sound, we see our reaction, we know they are distinct from one another. There's the sound, there's the reaction, and we have some space. Then there are many possibilities for us. In mindfulness practice, there's a lot of emphasis on just trying to return to our direct experience. What's actually happening right now? Not now plus, but just now. We do it with sensations. You can try it right now for a moment. Bring your attention to your hands. And notice that your direct experience is not actually fingers, it's different changing sensations. Warmth, coolness, vibration, pressure. This is a mindfulness exercise. If I were to hold up this mug, this cup, and you asked me what I was feeling, I could very easily say I'm feeling a cup, which is true. And we like it when somebody says that because that's what we've agreed to call it. That is our conventional, consensual reality. But I would call it a mug or a cup yesterday. I'd call it that today, and I would call it that tomorrow. Whereas if you asked me what I was feeling and I said pressure, coolness, pulsing, throbbing, that's an introduction to the world of constant change, which is also true. And this is what we are directing our attention to in the process of mindfulness. What's actually happening right now? What is our direct experience? First thing we do after coming to that place of seeing the distinction between the experience and the reaction is to look at all the layers that we may have been superimposing upon that experience and see if we can peel some of them away. So if it's a painful sensation in our bodies or a heartache, maybe we're adding a seemingly unchanging future that's dire. What's it going to feel like tomorrow? What's it going to feel like next week? What's it going to feel like next year? It's never going to get any better. So we feel defeated and overcome. Not even so much from the genuine difficulty that's happening right now, but from all of that anticipated pain as well. Suppose, for instance, that someone says something that really upsets us and we feel a surge of anger. We might have a habit of judging. If I feel anger, it means I'm a bad person. That makes us deny or try to deny the emotion churning inside. Unexamined, it festers or grows in power. Or perhaps we're in the habit of projecting every emotion into an eternally unchanging future. This rage is going to last forever. We think, I'm an angry person, I'll always be an angry person, I'm doomed. Maybe our default reaction when we feel anger is to lash out before thinking at all. None of these responses is likely to yield a happy outcome. Underlying our ability to do this is a third skill after concentration and mindfulness, and they're all tied together, very much so. We're developing or we're cultivating in the course of our meditation, and that's compassion or loving kindness or compassion. Spending time carefully paying attention to our thoughts, our feelings, our actions, positive and negative, and accepting them, acknowledging this is what's happening in the present moment, opens our hearts to loving ourselves genuinely for who we are, with all of our imperfections. And this is the gateway to loving others. We're better able to see people clearly and lovingly, to appreciate them in all their goofy complexity, as we've learned to appreciate ourselves. We might then be inclined to allow them more, to be less irritated, to let go of past hurts and deepen a connection to a relative, say, or to offer a friendly gesture to someone we might have previously ignored, or find a better way to deal with a difficult person. It's a movement of the heart. And I believe compassion is a skill, that loving kindness is a skill. It's not a skill in a mechanical sense, but it involves stepping outside of what might be our normal rut, our normal way of being, to be willing to take some risks and to experiment with responding in a different way. We can learn to look at ourselves and others with kindness instead of reflexive criticism, to include in our concern those to whom we normally pay no attention, to care for ourselves unconditionally instead of thinking, I would love myself as long as I never make a mistake. It's the hidden ingredient in our ability to gather our attention and really listen to others, to pay attention to our experience without so much judgment. Even if it's never voiced, even if it's never articulated, because it's very easy to just stay in those habits of really sometimes very harsh self-criticism, thinking that that's a way of making progress, getting ahead, learning a new skill, changing a habit. But in fact, what we've learned is that all of those elements of a very harsh, punitive environment, whether external or internal, will spike our performance. We then crash. It's brief. That the best way to sustain change, to learn something new, to make progress in something, is actually a kind of self-compassion. Many times we think that's being weak or lazy. We're not going to learn anything. We're not going to have standards of excellence. But that's not actually true. It's the opposite. And so learning how to pay attention and actually seeing the very nature of that possibility as a strength rather than as a weakness is a very important element in this ongoing process of inner development. So we've got the development, the cultivation of concentration, of mindfulness, and within them, woven within them, of compassion and self-compassion as a basis for that, as a foundation for that. And so I really urge you to consider experimenting with these in actual training and actual practice and see what evolves.
네, 강연 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the lecture. So Sharon has given a presentation on the insight meditation and how to use in our daily lives.
유튜브 채널 그리고 서울 국제 명상 엑스포 홈페이지 내 메타버스 학습관을 통해서
The 2023 Seoul International Meditation Experts Conference is also available online. You can watch it on the Seoul International Meditation Expo YouTube channel or in the metaverse within the Seoul International Meditation Expo website. Next, we'll invite Venerable Sogang S님, professor at Dongguk University, on the topic of K-meditation, the sixth realm meditation program. Give her a big round of applause, please.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 저는 동국대학교 불교대학 선학과에서 주로 명상심리학, 불교심리학, 선심리 상담 이런 강의를 담당하고 있습니다. 자, 여러분 지금 앞에 두 분 수어머 렉샤 스님하고 샤론 셀즈버그 두 분의 강연을 지금 굉장히 진중하게 들으셔서 조금 온라인에 계신 분도 그렇고 여기 계신 분도 그렇고 약간 스트레칭 한번 하실까요? 잠깐? 네, 한번 이렇게 편안하게 한번 스트레칭 해주시고요. 네, 좋습니다. 제가 잠깐 부탁드린 말씀이 있는데요. 예, 지금 저하고 함께하는 시간 동안에 그냥 이렇게 그냥 머리 쉬시면서 그 좋은 의자에 릴렉스 하시면서 그냥 들어오는 거 들으시면 좋아요.
And just listen what you're hearing. You don't have to try too hard to listen to it. You can just stay passive and just relax and sit comfortably and try to listen with your mind, with your heart. Try to listen with your heart rather than with your mind. And this will become a time for my lecture will become a time for meditation as well. I do think that it is very possible for you to meditate while listening to the lecture. So just don't try too hard. Just listen to my lecture with your heart. So in 2020, it was just when the COVID-19 was broke out, and we began a forum on meditation. In 2021, we also had a forum with the theme under meditation, a new connection. So it had been continuously developing and growing. And last year, we had another forum under the theme meditation, a new world. So you can see that we had been developing for the past few years. So this year marks the 4th anniversary of our forum under the theme Meditation, an Invitation to Daily Lives. So during the past 4 years, all the details of the forum will be provided to you by Professor Park Yuri later on, and she will give you the developments that we have made to date. So today, under the theme meditation, an invitation to daily lives, I thought about what kind of meditation we can actually practice in daily lives, and we are developing the program right now. So there's no such thing as being perfect and complete. We keep on adjusting our programs and advancing, but we do have a program right now, and I would like to explain this to you. So it will be a program on the 6 realms. So the order of the presentation will be as follows. It is motivation and purpose, program structure and content. And so our team is very excited about this. We are reporting this and participating in this, and this is the application for the cycles of Samara. And then we also have, I will also go over the cycles of Samara test and verifying the effectiveness of the programs, and then practicing this meditation in daily lives. You can see that there's too many things, too many words right now. So this, I would like to go over the motive for developing this program. So these days, we are living under a lot of stress. In particular, we sometimes think that human beings are the most evil ones in news programs or in companies. There are cases where we cannot understand a person's actions. So I was very angry about it. I was very stressed about it because of the devastating and the horrible things that a human being is capable of doing. And because I majored in psychology and I do provide counseling services as well, so there are cases where I listen to some devastating incidents. Sometimes I'm angry, sometimes devastated, and sometimes I'm sad. So there are so many things going on around this society, and I was trying to think about how we can interpret this and how to look after myself who become angry and devastated of the things that is going on around the world. And the problem is that why should we do this? Maybe we should just leave it as it is, like other people. However, that is not true. All the experiences, the situations that we experience in the world, if we do not understand this and if we cannot accept this, it will lead to tremendous pain, stress, devastation, and anger. And it will lead to physical and mental pain as well. Another aspect is that we've discussed this in previous lectures, but ultimately, the reason why we meditate is because we want to become more familiar with ourselves, to understand ourselves better, and then it will lead to happiness. But if I am not able to understand the actions of myself or other person, it will lead to self-criticism. However, the more I understand about myself and others, criticism decreases. Then why is this? Self-criticism or criticizing others lead to a lot of downsides. For self-criticism, it will lead to depression, and for criticizing others, it leads to attack. So in order to overcome these problems, and to join the journey of enlightenment is very difficult. So I thought about what kind of ways we can do to achieve this. And that is why, based on the 6 realms of the Samara, we decided to make a program. So the purpose of the development is as follows. The first one is how to respond and overcome the stress that we gain in daily lives and human relations, and also how to understand and living method and the actions of myself and others, and as well as building a foundation to take a foothold on the path to enlightenment. So as the photo right now you see is easily seen on the internet. And this program is traditionally, when we say about reincarnation, we think about the past life, the present life, and the future, and the life after that. So this is actually based on the physical aspect. So if no matter what we do in this present life, whatever we think about this, or whatever kind of thoughts we have, it doesn't really matter because on the outside we are human beings. But in this program, it's focused on the psychology. So it's not just about the past life, present life, and the life after death. It's about reincarnation on the psychology that changes every second. And also, there are key emotions that govern each area of the 6 realms. It is not covered in detail in the photo, but then according to the different realms, there are key emotions. For hell, it is anger and attack and hostility. And there are also realms that have that the key emotions is jealousy. And in this program, if there are emotions that happen to me every time, every second, the program helps you to recognize these different key emotions to heal and prevent it. So this is just for reference, and in terms of it's about jealousy and it's about addiction. So people may be desiring money and material goods, however, they will not be able to actually be satisfied with it. And what is the anticipated effect? It's because the presentation has limited time. I will try to go over the presentation fast. So I will just go over the anticipated effects. So let me go over the purpose and the characteristics of the development. The first goal is, as you can see, this is actually drawn by an artificial intelligence. So what do you think that the person in the photo is doing? That person is surfing, but he's falling down right now. So this wave can be interpreted as our mind, whether it's pathological thoughts or analytical thoughts or discerning thoughts. We can actually apply this to these ways. For example, anger or desire or jealousy, all these kind of emotions can be applied. So when you are living your daily lives, you may be overwhelmed by jealousy or anger. And this image is the emotions that you're feeling, the wave of anger, the wave of jealousy, the wave of desire. So you may be overwhelmed by this wave. Sometimes it is as big as a tsunami. Sometimes it may be just a small and complacent wave. However, when it comes like this, like the surfing, it overwhelms you. But the second goal is, as you can see in this photo, is that allows you to recognize the fact that you are feeling anger and you are overwhelmed by anger. I told you that the anger is the key emotion of the realm of the hell. So helps you recognize and perceive which realm your emotion is currently in right now. And the second goal is to perceive your emotion and be aware of your emotions. And as I told you, the photo of the map of the reincarceration, there is a tool that the Buddha has to give a method of healing, and this is also applied to the meditation for this program. With the hint of that tool, we have different tools to overcome and heal each emotions, if you have ignorance or overwhelmed by anger or overwhelmed by jealousy. It helps you to get away from the emotions to recognize your emotions and help you heal from it. So this is a method that allows you to do that. So as you can see, this person is also surfing, but then this doesn't mean that there's no emotions or there's no thoughts. When we live our daily lives, it's not unless we reach an enlightenment like a Buddha or Aranka, it is inevitable for us to feel emotions due to a lot of different incidents. But we cannot say that these kind of emotions are always bad. Sometimes these emotions may be positive and sometimes negative. So it's like the two sides of the coin. So we cannot say that it is completely bad or completely good. So you need to think outside of the box and think in a new perspective. So this is based on the actual things that we experience. So the second goal is to help you not to stop or repress the emotions that are occurring. When you are overwhelmed by an emotion, it helps you not to be entangled in that emotion and to recognize that emotion and to flexibly accept the emotion, like the image of the surfing that you see on the screen. This is the second goal of the meditation program. So this is the structure and content of the program. There are three. There is program for adults for 2 days, 2 nights and 3 days, a concentrated program, and it is an 8-week program. So we have already started it, and through Zoom we have already finished the second week. And another program is for youth. As you can see, it is about a recipe for controlling my emotions. So when we say the 6 realms, it may seem too religious to students and the youth, and may not be, and they may reject it if it is too religious. That is why we have made this into a recipe for controlling your emotions. So we have 2 teachers who is providing this program in Dongdong High School, and we will be accepting another group as well. So we are providing a program that is under the name that is more familiar to our to the teenagers. So we have a development team of 6 people, 5 people including me, and we also have an application for the meditation for this program. Because there has been a lot of progress and developments going on. It is still in progress and it's not complete now, but we will be able to give you a taste of what it is. For the first week is to discover the reincarcerating mind and to conduct a test to see which realm of the samaras that I am mostly in most of the time. So helps you to understand and identify what kind of realm you are usually in. Well, maybe once a week or once a month or every day. So it helps you to confirm your key emotions and to confirm the reason and the cause of it. For the 2nd to 6th week, we will have meditation practices so that you can understand the psychological pain and characteristics that you experience in each area. And before Buddha has gained complete enlightenment, he said that he was able to control his emotions, and that will be going on in the 7th week. So there are 6 realms, but the only realm that has a self-consciousness is the realm of the humans. The other realms are not conscious about other people or other actions. But we say when we some kind of some wrongdoings in the society, we get hurt by this and we get devastated and we feel anger. However, this is because we're in the realm of the humans. However, the other person is not in the realm of the human. He is in the realm of the animals because it is a different kind of realm that these people are situated in. That is why it's very difficult For example, when I was developing this application, I thought that I was in different realm. But when you gain it and complete enlightenment, you will be able to visit each of the different realms. So it is different. Some people be more. Some people may be in another realm, it differs from people to people. But it is very important that you recognize this and you perceive this. I will give you an example.
악이 많은 친구들에게 약속할 수 있는 게 내가 가진 내 효과가 뭐가 내 요인이 갈망하는 하나님께서
Now, this is the third session recipe for healing the hungry ghost mind. And we do a lot of exercises. And when I look into the activity flow, and we do art activity to decorate a medicine ball, and then we recognize one's unmet needs. And then we write down the discovered needs and the medicine ball shaped activity shape, and we cut out the needs that we wrote down and stick them onto the medicine ball. So you can see the pictures of the participants doing the activity. Look pretty good. This drawing were done by middle school students. And the next session, the fourth session, we deal with the animal mind. Animals do not concern about others, only focus on one's own desire, and very ignorant. It's not because of the Buddha teachings like the fourth noble truth. So we do some exercises here. We do a role play. We do from role playing to compassion meditation. So this picture shows what we do in the fourth session. The sixth session includes recipe for healing the God's mind. In the people living in the God's realm, they are happy. You can see this little kid doing a fun activity. So we have a question here. So I thought that you might be wondering about where the program is rooted in. So the practice method that is base that became the base of this program include the meditation, the sun meditation and chanting and studying sutras and reciting mantras. This is the very traditional Korean practices inherited from the Silla dynasty. There are also many Buddhist scriptures. The Anapana Sutra and the Sutra of the Four Foundations of Mindfulness. And there are also very sutras from the Chinese tradition and the Buddhist sun canons. So we also included some meditation techniques from West. Now, based on Buddha teachings, this Western meditation techniques include psychology, therapies, and the meditation science. So we have developed this six-realm meditation app to fill the need of the modern people. So why did we include the meditation techniques from the West? Some people raise this question. And they say that why not include only very authentic Korean practice methods like chanting or Kwanasan meditation practice? Do you must all know BTS? And because do you think that because BTS is a Korean boy band, do they have to wear Korean traditional costume? Can they wear just ordinary costumes from the West? So I think the catch and release those people are very narrow, and they define the K meditation in a very narrow sense. And what's really important here is what is the foundational function of meditation, and also universal characteristics. And as the Venerable Jin, the president of the Jogye order of Korean Buddhism, emphasized that the aim of practice is getting rid of suffering and attaining happy. So we don't have to limit anything to achieve those purpose. Then what is meditation? So the previous lecture, Susan Salzberg also mentioned this. In Tibetan language, meditation is translated as gompa, or in English we say meditate. A meditation that includes the meaning of practice and cultivate and train. The Jogye older joined with the Jongguk University promote some meditation. So you can think that this program is to cultivate meditation for all the people. These days, how to name is very important. And we had to come up with a very refreshing and a brand new title. And we use, all days in Korea, we use very, soap smells like cucumber. But the soap itself is not very good. The quality is not very good, but we still, everybody knows the brand. So that is why I emphasize on the importance of branding and naming. So now I'm introducing the Six Realms Samsara meditation app. We have this team who supported this job. So she is introducing the English name. As now we are singing the six realms again, but in this app, some people are scared of this picture, so we turned them into cute characters. So through simple, you can be the master of your thoughts and feelings through the simple psychology test and six realms meditation in this app. We are going into the app. If you enter, six realms samsara in Korean, you can find it. But for your convenience, I just brought the QR code. If you use the Samsung cell phone, scan the QR code on the sound on the right. Let's do it together. As you see now, hit the button start and enter any name. And then your phone number. Is it going too fast? Yeah, we'll slow down now. After the phone number, enter your email address. You can put anything because it's on the pilot period, so you can put anything. And now enter a password, anything. I are you following me? Are you on this stage?
하실 분은 그냥 천천히 그냥 하시고 이 시간
If you can follow me, just take your time.
여기에서 지금부터 테스트 들어갑니다.
Now we're
나중에
going to
조금
test.
힘드니까
This
여러분
is a test phase.
나중에 좀 천천히 하시면 되겠습니다.
Now take your time and do it again on your
나는
own
너희들
path.
예쁘게 아름답고 사랑스러워 보인다에 거기에
Now these days, I think everything looks beautiful and lovely.
나는 삶의 진정한 의미가
The first question was that, and the second question, and now the third question.
내가 못하는 일을 잘 해내는 친구들을
I get jealousy of people,
내가 원하는 것을 얻을
of,
때까지
of the people who are better than me. The next question is, I never forgive. The next question is, I never feel satisfied with my life. And the next question is, I feel very upset even at trivial troubles. Next question is, I try to know who I am all the time. I feel envy when my friends get more recognition. I never forgive things at any cost. I always feel void these days. I feel upset even at trivial things again, and I feel happy in my life these days. There are 18 questions total. We've done 14 so far. And now 16th question. I get upset with the small things these days. This is the last question.
혹시 여기까지 따라오신 분
Is there anyone who are with me?
못하신 분 너무 화내지 마시고요.
Don't get upset if you haven't followed me. And now we will see the result.
그림이 약간 깨졌네요. 자, 나의 현재 상태는
This is my present status. Wow, it's a human realm.
여러분 각자 지금은 이제 달라지겠죠. 각자 다음 단계로 가보겠습니다.
Push the button of next step. And this is meditation in the human realm.
해나보세요. 그리고
The next stage is
명상 전에 상태를 체크하는 게
you have to check your mind state before you perform meditation.
나 잠깐만
And your emotional
이래서 여기까지
state.
정도니까 여기까지는
How passionate are you?
자 그러면 우리 이제 이건 그냥 소개고 나중에
This is introduction, and you can do it in your own time
소리가 안 나기 때문에
because we cannot hear the sounds on the screen. So I wanna share the sound with you from my cell phone.
배경음악 나오고요.
There is this music in the background. There is narrations in Korean.
한번 1분만 따라해 보시고
Can you repeat? Can you do as instructed for a minute? Gently close your eyes. Now there is a narration of guided meditation. take a breath now and softly open your eyes. I cannot go further because I have to deal with my presentation. And there are 6 realms and the 4 meditations in each realm. So you can enjoy this program on your own time. Even though you were tested in a animal realm, but if you test later, that it changes.
측면도 있지만 순간순간
And so moment, our mental states
따라서
reincarnate.
할 수 있고요.
So
조금 앱에 넣어서 약간 인풋을 해보시면 되고요. 명상 후에 이제
so after the meditation, you have to check our mental state.
내가 이쁜 감정을
So
1분짜리 배웠다가 내가
So the each meditation session lasts 6 minutes, and then after the meditation, you have to check our mental state. If you feel restless, or if you feel comfortable, so you have to check. If you have a kid in the middle of the program, then you can start a new one. Is it the end of the program? Thank you.
네, 이렇게 앱을 준비했고요. 그리고 이거가
This is the app we have developed
오늘 아침까지 업데이트한 거고 계속
so far until this morning. We are decorating it to be used more easily, and our team members check and update constantly. So our original goal was to release the app within this month. If you type the Samsara meditation in English, you can download it, but if you type it in Korean,
구글 플레이스토어에서 그 치는 거는 지금 업데이트 중입니다.
we haven't updated it yet. So for now, you cannot use it. So please wait a few days more. So we are going to look into the assessment test about the realms.
척도의 타당화 연구를 다 거쳤습니다.
So we have processed all the verified tasks, and we are now preparing to release a paper on it.
심리 그 검사제 기존 절차를 다 통해서 했어요. 그래서 수렴 타당이 검증됐고, 자 프로그램 효과.
So let's look at the verification of effectiveness. So we pilot ran the program on the people who participated at the retreat at a certain temple, and what we did was pre-post assessment skill, Korean version of the satisfaction with life skills, and so on. And every measure, the post outcome was significantly higher. So I'm showing the outcome of the assessment test, and when you look at these pictures,
인정받고 싶은
this person is stating about the Mara, the demon, and then this person draw another very bright pictures.
온기가 필요한 마음을 질투마음을
And there are so many Maras from their mind. Now,
저도 이런 연구를 지금 하고 있고
the Donggun University is working on the same field, and I'm running out of time. I tended to speak very quickly. Then I can cover more content. So there are many slides. So how can we practice in daily life?
이 업식을 다시 내가
How should we deal with the karmic consciousness? We have to return it to ourselves, not following our emotions, not overwhelmed by our emotions. We just illuminate the emotions and return to the root of our mind. Then
명상을 왜 하는가
Then why do we have to practice meditation? This is the last one that I want to talk about. So we pay more attention or we act more sensitively to angry faces than small faces.
왜 이렇게 됐는지 우리가 진화상에서
Why we have developed in this way. We are working on this too.
Q&A 시간이 있을까요? 네.
Do you think we have time for the Q&A session? Let's give Venerable Sagang a big round of applause for her lecture. So we have pre-registered the question for the talk, but do you want to take questions on the floor? Now we will get questions from the floor. We will take about 2 to 3 questions.
네, 부탁드리겠습니다. 머리가
Okay, so if you have questions, please feel free to ask from the heart, not the mind. Thank you for all the presentation, and I can see that you have devoted a lot of efforts into your research. As I was listening to your lecture, I came to think that if when you're angry, it suddenly comes to me. But if you turn on the application, but if when you are angry, do you think you will have the time to actually log onto the application and fill out the form to get the meditation? Thank you for the question.
화가 났는데 왜
So I'm not telling you that you are turning on the application when you're angry, but this application is to test yourself on daily lives when you have the time. And to answer your questions when you're angry, yes, say that you're angry because a person has offended you, but did you get angry? But the first step is to realize that which realm you're in. Anger, as I told you before, is in the realm of the angry. The first step is to recognize and perceive that you're in the realm of the anger, and then the next step is to find out which person, what made you angry, and this is instinctive. And we think about it's our instinct to figure out the cause and effect. But first of all, it's not about finding it. It's not about finding why. It's not about hating someone. But the first thing is for you to control your anger first, to perceive that you're in the realm of hell. So you need to think about because you are using the application in your daily lives, you will be able to know how to control your emotions when an anger occurs. And for example, give another example. If a colleague at the company becomes angry, you may be offended by that person's action. So you may be scared, you may be angry, or you may be very offended. Then what do you do? Then you would think that that person is in the realm of the hell. At that moment, the emotion that you feel is recognition of that person's state of mind. So you would think that that person is in the realm of the hell, and whereas you are in the realm of the human, and that is why you will actually have a compassion or find some space in your heart to understand that person. So you wouldn't actually criticize or assess or judge that person, but rather than that, those kind of thoughts will decrease as time goes by. Thank you for the answer. If there are any other questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you for the lecture. So today, I was very delighted to listen to your lecture. It was such an inspiring lecture. Up until now, traditionally in Buddhism, the teachings in Buddhism is to generally control your emotions. So when I listened to your lecture, I realized that the emotion is the greatest asset and a blessing to you, and that it is important how to wisely control your emotion. I think that this will open a new paradigm in Buddhism, and I would like to extend my appreciation for your assessment. And during the lecture, I was filled with happiness the whole time. Thank you for all the efforts that you have exerted. I would like to express my appreciation to all the work that you have done. Thank you. Thank you for such a great feedback. So we do have other partners and as well as participants and Reverend Songdo here who have organized the expo, as well as many teams who have participated in this program. And also as part of the K meditation program, I am leading it, and we have 12 people in the team as well. So we keep on getting financial support and the support from Dongyu University as well. So as you are mentioning it, I would like to note one more thing. So everyone here in this room and everyone who are watching and participating this forum in for YouTube, although I cannot see you, I am here with you together. I would like to ask you to know how precious you are. You think that you're just hearing here normally, but so many staffs in this forum have been have been doing as much as they can to assist you so that there will be no problems with the conference. And this has been prepared for since past year. And all the practices and the meditation programs have been prepared by so many people. Do you think are they compensated for this? That is not true. So the reason why this is possible is because it's very mysterious, because we think that we are living together in this world, and our inner spiritual mind and the physical spiritual mind is all important, and we think about how we can overcome the difficulties and all the obstacles in this world together. As I have told you in the lecture, because we have been evolving to live and survive and to achieve happiness, we need to think about how to control how to our minds. Darwin did not just say about the survival of the strongest, but a lot of the academics had mentioned about the compassion. And the more people with compassion you have in a group, the more prosperity they will get. Population is decreasing with low fertility rate these days. I think that this is very serious, but I think the reason why this is happening is because people are so much focused on survival, and the world is a harsher place to live. So we thought about how we can assist this by helping each other and looking after ourselves and other people, and to create a society and human relations where people can help each other. And for this, the team of the Meditation Expo has participated and exerting so much effort in order to make this kind of conferences possible. Thank you very much for providing feedback on all the appreciation that you have made regarding the forum. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think that the mic is not working right now, but I think that we have another question.
오늘 스님 그간에 여러분들이 지극한 마음을 모아가지고
Thank you for exerting so much effort to think about how to overcome the difficulties and the sadness and the devastations we have in this world, and how the Buddhist community will become the mecca of hopefulness and going forward. I would like to extend my deep appreciation for all the efforts you have made until now. So I would like to give a comment. I think that this is such outstanding work and method, and I do hope that it will become a universal asset to all the citizens of Korea, so that anyone can gain access and will become repetitive and available to this life and the future life. So I do hope that it will become a universal asset for everyone, and that the Buddhist society can contribute to it. Thank you very much for all the efforts. So we will take one more question. Does anybody have questions to ask? If you do not have any more question, I would like to give you a question that has been pre-registered for this talk. Would it be okay? Can you please comment on the current status of the future prospects of specialized meditation methods, specialized for the undeserved, like people with Alzheimer's disease, depression, and retardation, etc. So regarding the depression, we have a lot of great programs for meditation. However, the later parts, such as I think that it's something that we need to contemplate on even more and think about this. I think that this part will also be developed as going forward, and I do hope and I do believe that it will happen. I hope that the Meditation Expo will be able to provide program for the undeserved and the vulnerable, and it is already starting, and some people are actually visiting these people to help them with the meditation. So we will do have so if I do hope that we will receive support from the city, and also so when you look at the program, because it has some cost, it is not difficult for everyone to participate, and this is something that I'm seriously thinking about. So regarding meditation programs, it's quite expensive and it's quite time consuming. So it's very difficult for the vulnerable group to actually gain access to it. So there's a big wall for it. So I need to think about how to get rid of this wall and to provide this medication to people who have difficulty gaining access, and how to provide this to these people is something that we're thinking about. But we do have this happiness delivery program and other programs where we are visiting to provide this medication. And I do hope that and also believe that this kind of meditation will be developed going forward. And I would like to ask everyone's support for this program to develop. Thank you for the questions and answering the questions and for the lecture. Let's give our Reverend Sao-Kwang a big round of applause for the such inspiring lecture. So from now on, lunch time will be provided until 2 p.m. for about 2 hours. I would like to, you have participated together with us, and I would like to thank you for participating, and we'll see you at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. Thank you.
점심 맛있게 드셨는지요?
I hope you all enjoyed lunch.
번째 명상 엑스포 유튜브 채널
The YouTube channel is provided for the 23rd for 2023 Seoul International Meditation Expo. The expo is provided online and offline. A lot of people have participated the expo online, offline, and online as well. This session will be provided by Dr. William Van Gordon, Associate Professor of Contemplative Psychology, University of Derby, United Kingdom, under the theme as meditation, growth, exercising growth, and insight.
Dr. William Ben Gordon, say hello to the audience, please.
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello, everybody.
그럼 윌리엄 벤 고든님의 강연을 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Now let's start William Van Gordon's lecture.
Okay. Well, today I really want to talk about meditation as a practice of growth, or actually more precisely as a journey. Meditation as a journey, particularly in terms of how our relationship with the ego changes as we progress along the meditation journey. So I've identified 5 stages in that journey that we might move through as we grow as a meditation practitioner. So the first stage is finding ourselves immersed or very much involved with the ego. Moving on to a second stage of struggling with the ego and experiencing suffering because of the ego. Moving on to a phase of then wanting to become more aware of the ego and how it influences our choices, our perception of the world. Then moving on to a stage of undermining the ego or reducing the ego's influence on us. And finally, onto a stage of embracing the ego. But we'll unpack these stages and talk more about them as we move through the presentation today. So let me just begin by giving a little bit of context. In pretty much all of the world's major religions, there are references made thousands of years ago by contemplative experts, by meditation experts, who predicted that there would come a time in the future where levels of ego, levels of attachment to a me, a mine, and an I had become so pronounced, so strong, that it would give rise to major global emergencies in the environment, in society, in terms of different types of conflict, and also at the individual level in terms of psychological and mental health problems. And one of those contemplative experts living in the 8th century in India, called Padmasambhava, who played an important role in introducing Buddhism to Tibet, he is reported as predicting that we would know this time had come when we began to see iron birds flying in the sky. Now, you can make of Padmasambhava's prediction, you can make of it what you wish, but personally, I feel there are signs now that levels of ego are increasing, both at an individual and societal level, and these are causing more and more problems globally. Okay, but before we start unpacking these different stages of how we relate to ego as part of the meditation journey, it's probably useful if I just define what I mean by the term ego. So one dictionary definition defines ego as your idea or opinion of yourself, especially your feeling of your own importance and ability. And another definition from a dictionary defines ego as that portion of the human personality which is experienced as the self or I. So there's self and there's other. And finally, the American Psychological Society defines ego as the self, particularly the conscious sense of self. Ego refers to all the psychological phenomena and processes that are related to the self and that comprise the individual's attitudes, values, and concerns. And so you can see actually ego it's quite an encompassing term. Basically, any aspect of our behavior that it somehow relates back to a me, a mine, and an I is encompassed under this term ego. So let's look then at the first phase that I've identified on this journey, which I've called immersed in ego. Here at this stage, a person is very much caught up in their ego, lost in their ego, if you like. And unfortunately, I think this phase is the most common phase that people tend to find themselves in. And unfortunately, in some cases, they never move beyond this phase. So they're driven really by very mundane objectives to increase their wealth, for example, to increase their reputation. Here, their focus is all about me, mine, and I. What can I do to improve my situation? Or what can I avoid that would be a detriment to my situation? However, in this stage, because a person is so caught up in ego, so wrapped up in themselves, actually they're not aware of the fact, that ego is pretty much dictating and driving all of their choices, thoughts, and behaviors. A 9th century contemplation expert called Dharmarakshita, in a text called The Wheel of Sharp Weapons, which I recommend you dig out and read if you're interested in this type of subject. He said as follows: all of our problems can be traced to one source, our concern for ourselves, whom we cherish the most. So because we're so self-focused, according to Dharmarakshita, that gives rise to all of the suffering we experience internally, and kind of the projection of that suffering into the world around us. An important concept here is that of attachment. So because we're so caught up in ourselves, we become very attached to things external to the self that we think will benefit our existence. Now, I and colleague have defined attachment as follows: the over-allocation of cognitive and emotional resources towards a particular object, construct, or idea, to the extent that the object is assigned an attractive quality that is unrealistic and that exceeds its intrinsic worth. A good way to think about attachment really is the idea of a honeymoon period. So it might be that we want a new car, we want a new house, we want more money, a better job, a new partner, and we work hard to get it. And then when we get that new thing, often there's a honeymoon period, a short period where we feel pleased or happy, but that happiness, or that temporary happiness, it doesn't fulfill us for as long as we wish, and it begins to wear off, and then we want the next thing, and we want another change. So really, attachment is like a thirst that can never be quenched. We always want and need more, something bigger and something better. And a related idea to this is the idea of ontological addiction, which I introduced along with some colleagues. And ontological addiction is defined as follows: the unwillingness to relinquish an erroneous and deep-rooted belief in an inherently existing self or I, as well as the impaired functionality that arises from such a belief. So by the term ontological addiction, what we're really talking about is self-addiction, addiction to me, mine, and I. But we wanted to kind of put this concept in terms that were going to appeal to a medical and academic type of audience. But the idea is that we're so caught up in ourselves, we see ourselves so much at the center of the world, that it actually begins to limit our capacity to grow as a human being and causes suffering. And along with colleagues, we developed a scale, a psychological scale, to measure ontological addiction, levels of ontological addiction with a given population. And in this study, we found, unsurprisingly, that there was a positive correlation between people who had high levels of ontological addiction and those who experienced mental health problems. But let me just show you the scale that we developed. So a participant will be asked to respond to these 12 questions on a 0 to 4 scale, 0 being never in terms of frequency of something happening, and 4 being always. They're asked to respond to questions: how often during the last year have you, for example, found it hard to accept your mistakes or shortcomings? So I guess it's kind of obvious. A person with a big ego who's very addicted to themselves would ordinarily have difficulty in admitting to their own mistakes. But I just want to highlight another question, which is question 10. How often during the last year have you felt inferior to others? Because normally when we talk about ego, we're normally thinking about superiority complexes rather than inferiority complexes. But I've introduced this, or highlighted this question, just to show you that the idea of ego we're talking about here is much broader, a little bit more complex than the traditional psychological model of ego. Because if you think about it, if a person is feeling inferior to others, they might have cognitions such as, they're better than me, I'm not as good as them. So you can see that there's still a lot of ego involved there, still a lot of me, mine, and I. And I've just highlighted here an example, a few examples of other papers we've gone on to write about ontological addiction, and where we've then tried to translate this concept to show how self-addiction actually causes other forms of suffering within the person, mental health problems, for example, or a link between self-addiction and more conventional forms of addiction, such as chemical addiction, alcohol addiction, and conditions such as borderline personality disorder. I won't talk much about these papers today, but if any of the papers I highlight today are of interest, I'm more than happy to make them available. Okay, so then we move on to the next stage in this journey of growth and journey of meditation.
다음에는
I've
바로
called
이 두 번째
struggling
단계,
with
여정에서의
ego.
두 번째 단계인데요. 에고.
And this is really a stage where we start to question ourselves. We start to become dissatisfied with the previous stage of being so controlled and led by ego. We start to ask questions such as, why am I here on this earth? What is my full potential? How do I achieve it? How do I reduce suffering within myself and within others? How do I cultivate deep and lasting peace within myself? So we start to look for greater meaning in life. This is more of an existential type of suffering that we start to experience, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It might not feel that way at the time, but it actually pushes and propels us to look further, to investigate, explore, and search for techniques that will ultimately help us overcome the ego's hold on the mind. However, some people, although they reach this stage, this kind of wondering about themselves as a human being and their capacity as a human being and how to overcome suffering, some people unfortunately choose not to go any further, because doing so, progressing on this journey of meditation, takes courage, and sometimes it's easier to ignore problems within ourselves than go out there and face them and work through them. So I'd just like to introduce one or two other ideas at this stage. The first one being the idea of mindlessness. So mindlessness obviously is the opposite to the construct of mindfulness. Mindfulness means that we're essentially aware of what's happening in the present moment. Mindlessness means the opposite. We're totally unaware of what's happening. But I think these two constructs exist almost on a continuum, and you might want to ask yourselves, where do you sit on this continuum? Are you more towards the mindful end, more towards the mindlessness end, or does that vary depending on the type of day you're having or the type of situation you're in? A psychologist in the United States, based at Harvard University, Ellen Langer, she said that mindlessness really makes us behave in very kind of robotic and pre-programmed ways. It narrows our choices and limits the mind ultimately, and diminishes our self-image and confidence. But again, we just wanted to kind of convey this idea into terms that would be acceptable to, a scientific, medical, academic type of audience. And so we came up with the idea of an inverted hallucination. Most of people, I'm sure, will be familiar with the idea of a conventional hallucination, which in crude terms we could describe as the perceiving of that which is not. There are many types of hallucination: visual hallucination, auditory hallucination. For example, we hear or see something that isn't actually there. And so an inverted hallucination is really a kind of upside down or inside out form of hallucination that corresponds to the non-perceiving of that which is. In other words, we don't experience or don't see things that are there. And that might be another question you want to ask yourself. Have you ever, or do you experience inverted hallucinations? Because if you think about it, actually the present moment is the only place where we can fully experience life. The only place where we can be fully alive, because the past is history, the future is yet to happen. And so if we're not alive and experiencing the present moment, then I guess to a certain degree, or a large degree, we're missing out on life. Okay, let's move on then to the next stage, which I've called awareness of ego. So this is when we start to look for and work with techniques that are going to help us understand the ego more, become more aware of just how much it influences the workings of the mind and how we see the world. And so this is where techniques such as mindfulness are very important. Mindfulness helps us to become aware of what's happening inside ourselves and also outside of ourselves. And it's where techniques such as concentrative or concentration based forms of meditation become very useful, because they help us to slow the mind down, to cultivate calm and peace within ourselves, which of course is essential if we want to investigate the mind more. If we try to investigate the mind when we're feeling stressed, or when there's lots of tension and distraction inside us, it's going to be very difficult to do. So we learn to stop, we learn to slow down, we learn to breathe. And let's just look at kind of breath awareness as a technique a little bit more. So breath awareness really means that we start to do exactly what it says on the tin. We start to follow and remain aware of our breath as it moves into and out of the body. So if the mind gets distracted, if we find ourselves getting too caught up in a situation, getting lost in the future or the past, we just return to awareness of our breath in and out and ground ourselves in the present moment once again. So we can really use the breath, therefore, as a type of meditation anchor or meditative anchor, a way of tying the mind to the present moment. And as our relationship with the breath continues to develop, as we become more established in the practice of breath awareness, we should hopefully start to see actually that each breath is unique. It never repeats itself. And that each breath has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And we perhaps also might start to see and experience the space that opens up between the end of the out breath and the beginning of the in breath. And we might start to see and experience that breath has a texture and a taste. However, as we progress in this practice of breath awareness, it's important that we allow the breath to follow its natural course. It's important that we don't force the breath. Whenever I attend a meditation or lead a meditation with a large group of people, ordinarily there's always at least one breather in the room, somebody who will feel they really have to kind of go for it with their breathing. And kind of maybe they just want to let everybody else know they're meditating. But I suggest you don't do that. Breathe considerately and don't force your breathing, because actually that can create other types of problems. So if we establish ourselves in awareness of breathing, once we're kind of happy we've done that, we can then follow the breath into the body. We can follow the breath into the body and become aware of our posture, how we're sat, become aware of the lungs as they rise and fall with each breath in and out, become aware of the heartbeat, become aware of any tension we might be carrying in the shoulders or anywhere else in the body. And we can, with the in-breath, become aware of a particular part of the body, and with the out-breath, relax that part of body. And we can do the same with our emotions. Breathing in, we can become aware of whatever feeling might be present now at this time. It might be a feeling of happiness, it might be a feeling of anxiety, for example. With the in-breath, we become aware of it. With the out-breath, we relax it. And of course, if we follow the breath into the body, we can then go on to follow the breath as it leaves the body and follow it on its journey throughout time and space after we've exhaled. And actually, as we do that, we might begin to see that our out-breath eventually becomes part of other people's in-breath. It slowly dissipates into the environment. It's carried by the wind. And this is interesting because now we're beginning to introduce, just through the simple practice of breath awareness, we're beginning to introduce more analytical forms of meditation, more insight forms of meditation that might lead us to the understanding that, in fact, there's really only one breath that we all share, that we're all tapped into, which I guess we could call it the universal breath. So I'll just share with you a technique I use in some of the meditation interventions I've developed with research colleagues that we use in a range of settings, in kind of occupational settings, in the workplace, in the school and university settings, in clinical and medical settings. And it's called the SOS technique. So when the mind is starting to become distracted, starting to become unsettled, starting to get lost with itself, or maybe when it's about to react and respond to a situation in an unskillful manner, we can send out an SOS. Stop. Observe the breath. Step back and watch the mind. So we stop that mental chatter. We bring the mind back to the present moment. We ground ourselves. We breathe, and we begin again. We move forward in awareness. Okay, so the next stage on this journey is what I've called undermining ego, or I suppose we could say this is about beginning to weaken the hold that the ego has over us. And this is where insight meditation techniques, such as when we look deeply to investigate what actually is this thing that we call the self. Where does the self exist inside me? So firstly, we calm the mind, we settle the mind in the previous stage, and then we use that meditative calm as a basis to undergo a type of penetrative meditative analysis. This isn't, however, a very conceptual process where we're thinking a lot in a very academic sense. It's a different type of analysis we have to use. I would say it's more intuitive. It's a form of meditative analysis, and we use that focus that we develop in meditation to look deeply into a particular problem or a particular truth. And so at this stage of meditation, when we're using these insight and meditation techniques, we start to encounter concepts such as emptiness and non-self. Emptiness of self. So if we're full of all things, if we're looking for this self, we might see that, okay, the self, my in-breath exists in the out-breath of the trees, and there's a universal breath, and even the rivers and the rain and the oceans, I can even find those inside myself and myself inside those phenomena. But actually, I can't find anything specifically that I can call a self that exists independently and separately from everything else. So we might then come into contact with ideas such as emptiness of self and non-self. We're empty of something we can call an independent and separately existing self, but actually we're full of all things. So these type of ideas and concepts we might begin to encounter at this stage of the meditation journey, as well as remembering and working with perhaps more simple ideas such as compassion, because if you think about it, compassion also helps us undermine the ego. If we care about others, if we're aware of the suffering inside them, then actually we're less focused on ourselves, less caught up in ourselves. So compassion too is a good way to start to reduce the level of ego inside us. However, I'll just add one point here, or make reference to a particular trap, a particular way our meditation practice can go wrong at this stage. So we've arrived at this stage where we're starting to experience fairly advanced, fairly subtle concepts such as emptiness and non-self and non-attachment to self. It's easy, however, at this stage to actually then develop another layer of ego without wanting to. So the ego is quite a tricky thing. We can think of it as an onion, if you like, with many layers, and we peel off one layer only to find another. But if we're not careful, even as a meditation practitioner or a spiritual practitioner, we can develop forms of ego related to that, whereby we might start to see ourselves as, for example, a meditator or an advanced meditator or a meditation teacher. So we have to be careful. Even at this stage, ego can start to re-establish itself. So I'll just share with you another quote now from Dharmarakshita, who I made reference to before, who said that in terms of what we should try to do is trample him, dance on the head of this treacherous concept of selfish concern who kills our chance to gain liberation. So Dharma Rashita is talking there about liberation from suffering. And if we really want to experience advanced states of awakening, it's the ego we have to undermine or trample on. But I'll just highlight now a few studies I've conducted around some of these more insight meditation concepts. So I won't go into too much depth. I'll just highlight some of the main findings. So we studied the relationship between non-attachment to self and nature connectedness. And I suppose, unsurprisingly, there was a strong link between people who had high levels of non-attachment also felt more connected to nature, which makes sense, doesn't it? If we're less caught up in ourselves, then we're more likely to embrace and care for things outside of ourselves, whether that's people or the environment. We conducted another study with advanced Vipassana meditators. So Vipassana in this context was referring to this analytical form of meditation. And that study found that Vipassana meditation really helped people to gain deep insights into the self and actually into how reality works more generally. Because non-self doesn't only apply, or emptiness doesn't only apply to us as a person, it applies to all phenomena, of course. And we conducted a study also with advanced Buddhist meditators that compared emptiness meditation with mindfulness meditation. And in this study, emptiness meditation outperformed mindfulness meditation. So participants experienced greater improvements in all of the outcome measures we were interested in when they practiced emptiness compared to when they practiced mindfulness. And in this study particularly, we were interested in outcomes of non-attachment, mystical experiences, compassion, as well as positive and negative feelings. I'll just share with you a quote from this study. One participant said, "Everything flows freely. Things just happen. There's no need to try to connect events with a time or place. Ideas such as near and far, or before and after, must be let go of. Emptiness means that all things happen right here and right now." So I think here the participant was beginning to understand this process of letting go of ego that we've been talking about in order to experience emptiness in the present moment, which actually, strangely or paradoxically, I think makes the present moment much more full rather than empty. And I've also been kind of working with colleagues to write papers then on actually, okay, how do we then practice some of these concepts in everyday life? How do we introduce emptiness into everyday life situations? Like I said, if you're interested in any of these papers, I'd be more than happy to make them available. Okay, so on to the final stage then. I've called this embracing ego. Actually, this is quite an advanced stage, and not too many people get this far. This is where actually we realize, okay, we want to reduce the hold that ego has on us. We want to deconstruct the ego in a way, but we don't want to eradicate or remove the ego entirely. We need the ego. We need it to live well as a human being and engage with other people. So what we actually want to do is cultivate a more dynamic, a more encompassing form of ego that we can use really as a way of being a human being and being spontaneous with our practice, which is something that sometimes people forget to do. They get so caught up in practicing meditation and take it so seriously, and I mean it is a serious practice, but they forget to be spontaneous, forget to smile, forget to enjoy the practice and enjoy being a human being. So this is really the final stage where we're a fully fledged spiritual practitioner, if you like, but we're also a human being enjoying a normal and everyday life. Okay, well, I'll conclude then just by sharing with you another quote from a participant in the study I mentioned earlier, which is this last one here. One participant said, "You have to be open to emptiness. You have to know it places its mark on everything, but you don't try to force it. You don't ignore it either. You just allow it to come." So I think this participant here was maybe experiencing this last stage of growth that we're talking about, whereas they're working with things almost spontaneously. They've become their practice, if you like, rather than seeing as meditation as something outside themselves. Well, I've left another quote from Dharmarakshita on the screen there. You can read it and think about that if you like. But that concludes my talk today. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you for your lecture. For this lecture, I had collected some questions. Are you with us? Okay. 본 강연을 위해 사전 등록 시 궁금한 사항을 미리 받아두었는데요. 윌리엄 벤 고든님께 궁금한 내용을 제가 대신해서 여쭙도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 질문입니다. Let's start with the first question. You mentioned that contemplating happiness and searching for peace and tranquility. Could you provide some practical examples of how we can seek happiness and peace while we are in a stressful or suffering situation?
Yes, sure. I think a good thing to do if we find ourselves in a situation of suffering or a situation of experiencing stress is actually to start to think in terms of the ego that we've been discussing today, and start to look for the cause of that suffering and see if it in any way relates to there being a lot of me, mine, and I in the equation. Because often what happens is suffering arises because we want to be in a situation that's different than the situation we're in. We want a different job. We don't want to experience a particular problem or a particular sensation. If it's pain within the body, we want to be somewhere else or be someone else. So we become very attached to our idea of how the situation should be, which unfortunately often isn't the reality of the situation in which we find ourselves. So if we can let go of some of that attachment, stop, breathe, accept the situation we're in, see it clearly, then we can take steps calmly to change our situation, to improve it. But the first thing is to accept the situation and let go of being attached to a reality that isn't here and now. I think a second thing we can do then is actually to start to build up a routine of meditation, whereby maybe once a day or twice a day we take time to actually be with ourselves. We take time to stop and to breathe and to journey inwards. Because meditation really, it's a little bit like, I suppose, about like charging a phone. If we keep recharging ourselves, we can start to carry that awareness with us. It will naturally start to introduce itself and inject itself into all of our activities, all of our interactions within daily life. So that's another thing I suggest we do.
감사합니다. 두 번째 질문입니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here is the second question. You mentioned creating breathing space. Could you please explain more about how to create a breathing space?
Yes. So I think an important way to do that is as I've just mentioned. If we want there to be more breathing space in the mind, then stop and breathe. Take that time, or make the time in your day to become aware of your breathing. We can do that in kind of dedicated meditation sessions in the morning or the evening, but it is important to understand that actually meditation, particularly breath awareness, it isn't something we have to take time out of life to do, because hopefully we're always breathing. Wherever you are, you'll be breathing. So you can pay attention to your breath, whether if you're on the bus or the train or walking down the street or sitting, listening to somebody talking, you're breathing. So try to rest some of your attention on the movements of your breath. Actually, breath awareness can be quite an efficient way of practicing meditation. When I work with, let's say, senior leaders in organizations, one of the things they say to me is, William, look, I absolutely know that these techniques are going to be good for my employees, but personally, I don't have time, I'm too busy. And I'll turn around and say to them, you don't have time to breathe? And then they kind of understand, okay, this is a practice I can perhaps start to do. So start to develop that relationship with your breath that we've talked about earlier, both in kind of dedicated settings of meditation for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes a day, whatever works for you, but also wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And I think another way to create breathing space in the mind is to do what we've been kind of talking about today, and try to let go a little bit of that focus on ourselves, let go a little bit of that attachment to me, mine, and I, because when we do that, actually the world becomes much bigger. The mind becomes much bigger. We can embrace all things. We can embrace all people. And that's a more spacious place to be. There's really lots and lots of room to breathe within the present moment if we open ourselves up to it. So letting go of self, I think, will lead us to a much fuller and much more spacious type of existence.
Thank you for your precious lecture and Q&A section. Thank you again. 강연 감사드립니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 다음은 바른 산매를 위한 일상 수행이란 주제로 한국 불교학 회장님이신 백도수 회장님을 모시도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Please give Professor Baekdo-soo a big round of applause for his lecture on the daily practice for the right meditation.
진짜 빠르게 하시네. 이거 25분 하려면
It is very nice to meet you all. I will give a lecture on daily practice for the right meditation. And I would like to interact with you today. I am Professor Baek Do-soo at Myeongin University. And I am an MBSR meditation instructor. And for about a year and a half, I was a consultant for meditation at Warjang Temple. So I would first like to thank everyone for sparing your time to be here and study meditation and share ideas on meditation in pursuit of happiness going forward. And while we respect Buddha, we do hope that we will join together in the journey towards the happiness. And I have about 15 minutes for the lecture, and I will go over the slides and explain the daily practice for the right meditation. So we will first watch it hinders us from the right practice for meditation.
수행을 하고 있습니다.
He's doing the practice.
잘 보셨습니까?
So, did you enjoy the video
무엇이
clip?
방해를 할까요?
So, what disturbs us
집중을 해야
from
되는데
meditation?
팔이만
We need to
방해하는 것이
concentrate,
아니라
but it's not just the fly that's disturbing us. But we get disturbed when we are in contact. And when we get disturbed when we see it, when we hear it, we are also disturbed. As such, in our daily lives, it is not just a single thing that disturbs us, but when we live on, there are interruptions that continuously disturbs us. We want to meditate and we want to enter samadhi. However, it is not an easy task.
이게 뭘까요?
What do you think that this is?
모르셔도 괜찮습니다.
It's okay if you
제가
don't
이렇게 손을
know.
불끈 쥐었는데
So I have my
사모님
fist up
연습해서
right
말씀하시기를
here, and as Buddha
나는
said,
이렇게 주먹을 쥐은 것처럼 안에 아무것도 없는
like
것처럼
my
모든
fist here, I have nothing inside my
빠짐없이
fist, and I have delivered all the teachings without leaving anything out. And the second one,
소리 보이십니까?
can you see my hands?
이렇게 하는 것을
So I'm shaping my hands like this. We says this generosity, and it is on hand for generosity, and this is for the wisdom. And this hand shape is for asking to protect me.
동작을 제가
Such
했을 때
expressions using the hands,
눈으로
when
보게
you
되고
see it
그것을
and
생각을
when
하게
you
됩니다.
think of it,
또한 저러한 것을 왜 했는지 하는
and
것을
you also
질문을
think
던지게
why
됩니다.
I am using hand expressions. And these questions we
집중해야
ask
될 대상이 있는
together. It means that we have a subject that we need to
몸과
concentrate on.
마음의
The
이러한
mind,
집중
the
대상을
hand, and the mind has a target of concentration, and developing this is a practice. So the practice is the discipline of the body, mouth, and the mind, and a boat that does not fall over when it is docked. It is possible because the boat has a resilience and the stabilizer. And therefore, in order to get rid of all the disturbances that prevents us with focusing, we need to practice. However, it is very close to us and is possible in our daily lives. So in our daily lives, we need to accept the teachings of the Buddha. And according to the Buddha's teaching, we need to stay away from the sufferings and move towards happiness. You need to find a life that is accompanied by samadhi. And through daily meditation and achievements through this meditation is a way for us to open a way to escape pain and pursue life towards happiness. So this paper seeks to examine how daily practice can achieve the right samadhi. And for this purpose, the concepts of samadhi and the right samadhi in fundamental Buddhism, practice methods and daily practice plans for this meditation will be introduced. As such, this will not only help you in your daily lives, but also important for a person who is researching meditation. So meditation or samadhi means as concentration, and it is to aggregate mind that has been scattered. In this respect, samme or meditation is referred to as concentration and concentrating, focusing. So it is about focusing the mind and reaching the samadhi and to practice the samadhi and to get access to the mind of the samadhi. So this is how we can understand samadhi. So samadhi is a state where one is dedicated to one mind of the mind, and the nimitta of the samadhi is the place of the thought, and the basis of the samadhi is a Four Noble Truth. So all all the other elements of the mind and the heart is focused straightly and even on one subject. It's not concentrating to eat something or to concentrate to maybe conduct robbery. This is not samadhi. These are just a simple concentration. But the samadhi is a concentration that helps us to pursue the right path rather than the wrong path. And such and to focus on the practice to reach the samadhi. And it is very different from the ordinary concentration that we have in our daily lives. It is upstage that leads us to get rid of the sufferings and to find peace. So samadhi refers to the concentration, and it is not just about it. So we don't say that samadhi is something that we're just concentrating, just being calm. So according to the purity theory, the goodness or virtue is synonymous with samadhi, and the samadhi is the beneficial oneness and the selecting and the rightfully gathering and the placing the mindfulness in one subject.
앞에 부분은 조금 더 간단하게
So I will just go over the first part briefly. And next is the Dharma and the Samadhi in the 10 stages of the sutra. So there are many phrases within this the Dharma, and it's about Dharma to scale up, to practice things to that get rid of, and to know thoroughly, and other phrases. And we can see that Samadhi is used here. So I hope you can refer to this after by reading up the book.
바른 삼매는
So the right samadhi,
깨달음이나 해탈이나 열반으로나
it speaks of the three samadhis as the right path that leads to wide-ranging enlightenment, liberation, and transcendence. So narrowly, it refers to the right samadhi, one of the right samadhis among the right states of the Eightfold Path and the Tenfold Path, which is in contrast to the erroneous states of the wrong samadhis. And in the Eightfold, right samadhi, along with the right mindfulness, falls within the category of the wisdom teachings and is metaphorically likened to the king's procession. So initially, values and right intentions play a role akin to the advanced guards in the royal entourage, while the right speech, right action, and the right livelihood corresponds to soldiers at the front and the rear.
그리고 왕의 가까이에서
So
왕을 위한 호위무사를
the entourage
정정진
is
이라고 합니다.
the right speech. As such, the right efforts and the right mindfulness serve as the royal guards near the king, and the right samadhi represents the king.
생각을 하고 그다음에 잘못된 것을 없애고
And we need to get rid of the wrong and to lead and move forward to gain the rightfulness.
느낌과
And for a subject, whether we feel about this or whether we consider about this, we need to be very observant of this. And this is the very basis of the samadhi.
이루어져야
And only then can we be able to achieve the right samadhi. And if we are able to achieve the right samadhi, there is a samadhi within our daily lives, and there's also samadhi in the different jhanas, and it interacts in different stages of the jhana. The lower level of jhana will be able to will give power to the higher level jhanas to move forward. So it's not so we need to concentrate and to achieve samadhi stage by stage.
우리가 알고 있는 이러한 사승제를 보시면
So when we look at the Eightfold Path, this is the way to eliminate the defilements in the mind, and in both sets of the 8 principles and the virtuous teachings. So
것이라든지 영이라든지
Well, it eradicates arrogance, aging, the death, the existence, comparing me with other people. It So this is the path. The Eightfold Path is eliminates these kind of aspects. So we also have a paper on the goal of the samadhi, and think you can refer to it later on. So the right samadhi refers to the four jhanas and comprises the elements of concentration, investigation, joy, and happiness. And concentration, joy, and happiness, and joy and concentration and investigation. So I just knocked this to make this sound, and looking at this sound from far away is called shim, and coming here closely at the place to see and observe the where the noise is being happening is the nas. And like the bee heading towards the flowers, or the bees hovering over the flowers, it is called the first jhanas. So no matter if there is a target or subject, there is a thought that is heading towards it, and there's another thought that or mind that continues to observe and investigate it, and only then can we understand and go deep into the samadhi.
제가 오랫동안 수행을 하면서
So I have been practicing for a long period of time, and while I'm doing it, I was thinking about how we can understand the Buddhist meditation and general meditation. It's something that I found. So I've been looking at the sutras for a long time, and a lot of people are using terms that is related to meditation, and we analyze it. What is most important in practice and meditation is to understand the verbs.
수행 분석에서
So in analyzing these meditations, there are a few things that needs to be considered, and I think that verbal center practice analysis is important, and I will go over this. Thus, in the study of the practice of medicines, there are articles related to meditation techniques, posturations, chanting scriptures, and etc. And also in the Angut Nikaya also has contents and details of the practice. In addition, in the 10 practices of the 10 stages sutra, it includes mindfulness, tranquility meditation, vipassana, the 3 samadhis, which is the discursive right, reduced discursive right, and without discursive right, the 4 foundations of the mindfulness. And so there are a lot of things that are included that needs to be practiced. So the 10th is the 10 kasinas. So it is about also all of these are basically needed in order to enter the samadhi and to reach samadhi, and it's the subject of the practices. And these are the key methods of the samadhi, and it is also related to other meditations. So when we look at the Eightfold Path, in the details of the sutra, it says as follows: the target is the right view, and when using the verb, it uses the verb to know. And the details of the right intention is non-craving and non-attachment, and uses the verb to possess. So to create and to possess is being used. For the right speech is not saying anything that is wrongful and nothing that is false. So the verb it is used for the right speech is to refrain from. And for the right action, it uses the verb to refrain from. The right livelihood goes the same way. It talks about the right and the righteous living, and it uses the verb conducting a right livelihood. And for the right effort, it is using the verb exerting effort. And for the right mindfulness, it is about the body, speech, mind, and dharma, and it uses the verb abides observing. And for the right concentration, it used the verb to enter and stay. So for the right samadhi, we use the word entering the right samadhi. We have entered the right samadhi. We are getting away from the right samadhi. We have left the right samadhi. So there are different types of verbs. So by using these terms, it helps us to think and understand the meditation. So if we say to know, we can think who knows, how he or she knows, or where it is known, why it is known, how it is known. So these kind of different questions can be asked, and only then can we be able to understand the techniques of meditation. So if we say we possess something, we can think what we are possessing, where we're possessing, and how we are possessing. So these kind of questions can be asked, and this can help you understand the type and the contents of the meditation.
몸의 호흡이라고 하는 이러한
So the breath of the body
우리가 말하는 신수심법의 몸을
is
관찰하는
a meditation method, and observing, there's a part where we observe the body. So the act that we breathe in the air and we breathe out the air, we need to be recognized of it. And then if we are recognize it, we go through the process of learning and making a habit out of it. If it has become a habit, we need to observe it. We stay there, and if we stay there while observing the situation, mindfulness occurs manifestly, and then we will not be able to be obsessed with anything in the body. So this kind of aspects can be learned by understanding the verbs.
어떻게 알아차릴 것인가.
It goes the same with the parts of the body. If we are walking, it is important for us to recognize we're walking. And if we are sitting down, we need to be mindful that we are sitting down. And the same process goes again with this too, and therefore leads to an attachment.
나아갈 때 되도록
So bodily conduct is the same thing as well. So you become one who acts with awareness, and you also when you can observe the body elements. For example, you look at and penetrate the hair. And we also it goes the same with body as a corpse. So it's not that we are directly looking at the corpse and observing it, but in the sutra, it refers to the sutra refers to the body as a corpse, as past experiences of other people who have seen the body of the corpse. And the feeling, there are 9 feelings, and it is important to recognize the 9 different kinds of feelings. And for the mind, there are 14 minds which needs to be recognized. And for the hindrances and progresses, it goes the same as well. We need to observe the hindrances and progress and to be aware of it. And the meditation is carried out in this way. So all of these processes are helpful when we are aware of the verbs. So being able to know something, being aware of it, we can think and ask questions of who is being aware of it, where and why and how we are aware of it. So there are some considerations we need to make while carrying out meditation in daily life. First of all, you need to decide the goal and the path going forward. For example, if you're driving a car, you need to decide where the destination of the car, and only then can the driver concentrate. And even when we're hiking, we need to decide which mountain that we're going to hike. And when we have decided which mountain to hike, the next step that we need to do is not preparing for the tool preparations for the tool, but to decide whether I have the right bodily condition to make the height. And that is why you need to observe the body first. And then after you have confirmed that you have the right body condition, then you will be able to consider other things. And then you also have to, so first of all, you have to select and decide the goal and the path. And if the detailed goals and path is decided in daily lives, you will enter concentration in the action process. And then thirdly, you need to limit the place, time, and target. And fourth, you need to be careful and cautious, and needs to be continuous and repetitive. And fifth, if
색깔이 보이십니다.
so when you look at the top, you can see that there's a color. There's 5 different colors. And when you look at these different colors, some people are focused more on the yellow part, and some people will focus on more on the red color. So you don't see the 5 colors all at the same time, but you decide a single color and just focus on that single color. So this is important meditation. So if this is being established as the cat tries to looks in the hole of my soul to catch the mice, you need to be able to practice in caution and continuously. And if you cannot concentrate, and if the continuity is not being carried out, you need to put a name to it. So if you have a mind that is disturbed, just put a name of it. If you think of something, just say thought. If you think about television, you can just maybe name it home. And in order to concentrate in daily lives, according to Buddha, if you eat too much, you become lazy. And if you eat too less, you will not be able to concentrate, and therefore you have to make sure that you do not eat too less so you become angry, or if too much so that you become lazy. So you need to prepare.
조심해서 집중을 할 수 있도록 만들어가야 됩니다. 여섯 번째는
Sixth is
등에서 수행에서
feelings and thoughts stop arising in breathing, counting meditation, or sitting meditation.
일상생활에서 수행자는 단순하고
And in everyday practice, practitioners should start by becoming aware of simple, coarse, fixed, and nearby objects such as their breath or body. Next, as your concentration matures, it will be good to move on to complex, subtle, moving, and distant objects such as breath, body, and movement of others.
이런 방법으로
In this way,
처음에 남을 위한 기도를 하는 것이
you can
아니라
achieve samadhi and prayer, chanting, buying, copying, stretch, meditation, and you have to.
그러면 일상생활에서 어떤 수행을 가지고 수행을 해야 되는지
Then, I'm going to talk about how you can carry out the practice in daily life. So it is said that Buddha practiced even before he entered into the Queen Maya's uterus. And also after he was born, Buddha became absorbed in samadhi under a tree as a child, and realizing the suffering of a patient life and the food chain relationship between insects, small birds, and large birds. After observing the fourth sight, he realized there are old ages, sickness, death, and ascetics. And as like there are a lot of flowers underwater, on water, and above water, and the sentient beings are different in their practice, appearance, and wisdom. So Buddha taught how to be aware as it is, and to notice breath, the length of breath, and the rising and the falling of breath. And in the commentary from the Theravada tradition, Buddhist nun saw water splashing,
멀리 가는 것은
and
오래 살다가 죽는 사람이 있고 우리 중간 정도 튀기는
when a drop falls in a distance, then that is like a people who live longer life, and the water that drops in the nearer distance, those are people who die earlier. So by watching this very older phenomenon, the nun could realize something profound. This is how we can foster samadhi in everyday life. So, to achieve samadhi, it is essential to first become aware of physical actions in everyday life. You have to be aware that whatever you do, like cooking, or waking up and etc. And be aware of the taste of food,
짜다 싱겁다
but don't complain, how the food tastes.
공부하러 가거나 일하러 가거나
When you go to school or go to
하고
work
있다라고
and you are in a hurry, then be aware that you are in a hurry. So be aware that
일상에서 일어나는 모든 행위를
be aware of everything you do in daily life, and that is the very way that you can achieve meditation, samadhi in daily life.
보거나 듣거나 냄새 맡거나
When you
감각에 의한 오감들을
taste, touch, hearing, etc., then you have to be aware of it and do not attach them. That is the way you can foster concentration and thus inducing happiness.
우리가 마음이 오감 중에 하나가 하면
Be aware of the taste of,
눈이나 귀나 코나
and
이 반응을 하게 되는데
when be aware of the taste of when the mind comes into contact with one of the five senses, the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body responds. Therefore, the five senses that you perceive are never as they are, but rather are created by yourself. In the case of, the monkeys, they move one branch to another to search for food, and our mind also act like that. So you have to be aware of the mind working in this distracted way. So when you have unpleasant things, then don't get upset, but you have to realize that this is the way you feel that moment. I have a son, and he just started elementary school, and after 1 month of attending school, he said that he want to quit school. So my response was, "Oh, you were thinking about it.
하고 싶은 대로 하라고 제가
I didn't know." And
편안하게
so I just assigned the form that allows him to drop out of school.
하는 것이 아니라
But he now decided not to quit the school, and now he's a very good student. And we have to give opportunity first to experience suffering. Then when they experience suffering, then they will know if they can come back to the comfortable life back. This is the way I reflect.
대상에 대해서
So now I move on to the five objects.
보고 느끼는 것을 이것은 좋아할 만한 것이구나.
When you see, hear, smell, taste, and feel, then you
이런 것은 좋아할 만한
get attached to things you consider favorable. But you have to also consider them as impermanent and changeable.
이 소리가
Do you hear this sound? This sound came to being and then disappeared. So you have to realize that this all phenomena is simply as it is here and now, but will disappear as it is. So don't get attached to the phenomenon. The things we see and the sounds and the touch, we have to see them, consider them as our object of practice.
제가 이러한 모양을 한 것은
The reason I took this action is because this is how fetus in uterus
이러한 태 속에 있다라는 가정
stay. This is the position fetus take when they are in mom's uterus. And this is how the fetus stay in the. This is how babies do when they are born.
아이를 이해하면
When we get to understand them,
가다가 아이가 뒤집으면 아주 넓은 세상을
when they flip,
그런 것
when they were lying face down, they cannot see anything. But when they flip, then they, with their face upside, then they can see much wider world. When these babies learn these kind of things and practice them, this is the growth.
드러나게 되면
This is the same in practice, meditation practice. If you experience many things and get realization, then you can see much deeper concentration. And I want you to try this at home, and try to be a fetus in the mom's uterus.
전생의
Then
동작뿐만
you can
아니라
understand the
어떤
mind
일을
of mothers.
가다가 멈추거나
How we practice a body movement concentration practice.
고대의 지수화풍이라고 하는 제가 뭐 하고 있는 거 보이시죠?
What do you think I am doing?
나무입니다.
I was imitating a tree.
이런 딱딱한 나무 모양으로 이렇게
Like I was standing like a solid tree.
멈춘 동작.
This is stopping movement.
나중에 나무 모양 되보시고
Later, I want you to try to be like a tree, which is very hard, or rocks. Then you can rub your hands together like 36 times, and when you feel the heat, and rub the hands on your eyes, and you can feel the warmth. So accept the warmth and
따뜻하게 해주는 사람을 생각하면서
and think about the people who you can feel the warmth from, and send the compassion that you feel. That is another way you can practice. What I felt the most when I stayed at Warjung Temple was that the practitioners at the temple,
원수진 사람, 죽이고 싶은 정도의 원수진 사람이라 원한이 맺힌 사람
they
물에다가 이름 석자를
it was a practice that if they have enemy, the most hateful people, and they ask them to write the name on the surface of a river. But even though you write it on the river, there is no trace. Likewise, we have to. We can. I took some examples of how we practice, and out of this, when we say meditation, we usually use verbs and try to recognize the meaning of the words and how we can develop the meditation techniques with the verbs and how we can practice it. And I think you can all do this by yourselves, and with also body movement, stopping movement and feeling movement. If you and each of them, thank you very much for the listening. Thank you for the interesting lecture.
현장에서 강연과
Now, right now on the site, can you ask any questions spontaneously?
강연과 관련돼서 궁금한 점 있으시면 손을 들어주세요.
If you have any question, then raise your hand, please.
제가 지금 정확히 보이진 않는데
I cannot see clearly, but you must be thinking about, what you want to ask. So I'm going to ask what I received earlier, and then you can ask. The first question is, in the lecture you mentioned a little, but I'm curious about the experiences and processes involved in practice for the summit training. I also want to know about the efforts made to overcome common difficulties. When I drive car and meditate, I'll explain. I explain how I drive while meditating. There is something called the Ja'a Muryang Samadhi. That is, you think about compassion and drive at the same time. You wish the driver in front of you to be safe, and the person sitting next to you to be happy and safe, and also the person sitting behind you to be happy and safe. So I've had like 7 times car accidents. I never got disappointed in those occurrences. I never fought in those car accidents. I just try to think that when I was staying at Woljeong Temple, a tourist came
나가면서 그분한테 그분이
and
죄송하다고 백회함에 물을
bumped into my car.
얘기를 하시길래 이런
So he
말씀을
wanted to compensate,
이 좋은
but
곳에
I answered,
관광을 와서
"You came to visit a wonderful place like here, and you spend a wonderful time at the Buddha's temple. I cannot
좋은 것을 보기 위해서 왔는데
make you pay for the accident
편안하게 그냥
because you came here to enjoy the temple environment and to pay respect to Buddha. So I cannot receive any money to compensate my car." So that is how I responded. I hope you go back home safely. That was my answer.
사실은 성녀로서 한 10년을 살았는데
As a matter of fact, I was a monastic for 10 years. When I was staying in Sri Lanka,
춤을 치는 것을 봤습니다. 아, 바나나를 춤도 치는구나.
I saw bananas dancing
이야기하고 교감하는 그런
in the
부분들이 있구나.
banana trees. I realized the way the these plants are connected to each other and they are alive. So they live in harmony. I could feel out of this. So if you feel can this nature and this nature of things, then you can live anywhere happily. So if you practice meditation honestly, then I think you can have this kind of happiness too. I love scripts in Bali language, and this, for many hours I read those scripts. Then I started to realize the true meanings of scripts, and I could imagine like very lively how the steps of the Buddhas and the disciples of the Buddha. So when we practice like this with sati, we can foster concentration, and that can lead to happy life. So I hope you, in on your way, search for happiness and attain and live happily. Thank you for the answer, Professor. Now we got a question from the floor. This is question. As a matter of fact, I really don't like being shot by the camera, but I was aware of the mind that I wanted to ask a question. We still have one day left in this conference, but the lecture you delivered today was really worth paying a visit. My question is, you said be aware, be mindful, but when you have to decide something, among three options, you are struggling. What? Because you know that you have to make a decision. There's no use of thinking a lot. So what should I do in this kind of situation?
옛날에 한용운 선사께서
Master Han Yong-un in old times,
해골에 있는 물을 이렇게 줬다고 합니다. 그래서 한용운 선사가
his master gave him water in a score, and his master
먹지 않는다 이런 말을 했습니다.
said,
전에는 여러 가지 따지고 생각을 하지만
before you act out, before you carry out action, you have to ask a lot. But after you took an action, then you don't look back. So you need wisdom to make a wise decision. When you walk up the mountains, there are many routes. Only the person who experienced in climbing the mountain only knows, so you can follow them. And if you have the skill to climb the mountain, then you can find your own way. There are so many options, and you cannot decide which to decide, and that's totally up to you, actually. You can also, in the case of ants do not follow only one ant in front of it.
사람만 따라가다가 결국은 굶어서
then it will starve to death. Because if you give it something to eat in the middle of somewhere, then it does not go that direction, but it only follows the ant in front of it.
신선한 걸 먼저 먹습니다. 근데 양이 많은 것이 있으면
So
먼저 먹는데 같은 양에 같이 신선한 도를 맞춰오면 당나귀는 익은 걸
in the case of horses, if you give two choices of food, then the horses starve before they make a decision.
알아차림을 만들어 나가다 보면
So when you build the capacity of being able to be aware, then
힘이 생기게 됩니다.
you will gain the power to make wiser decisions.
차림을 하게 되면
That one way of doing is the practice of the four foundations of mindfulness. Then later you can attain the wisdom, which one is good and which one is bad. Thank you for the answer, and we are reaching to the last question. So samadhi sounds like a very advanced practice, like only the Buddha or advanced meditators can achieve. Is there any way that I can feel it more closely? Samadhi, the samadhi means concentration. Together mind to a one single pointed object. Even though you don't have to use the term samadhi, but you can say gathering the mind and focusing the mind. Then you can use these terms in daily life. So dedicating yourself to something in daily life, how can you do it more effectively? The first answer is that the object is important. When you are hungry, you have to find the person who is hungry. Making food or cooking is not important. Prior to cooking, you have to find the one who will eat the food, who is hungry. So, and to foster samadhi, you have the good environment and also the content in mind. And you need these kind of prerequisites. Thoroughly singing, thoroughly hearing, and thoroughly feeling. We can translate the samadhi into these easy words. Thank you for the answer, and please give him a big hand.
So I would like to thank all of you for being here with us today. And now we have our last session. The last session will be provided by Assistant Professor Park Gyuri under the theme of Dongguk, Drawing the Meditation of the World. She will go over the Expo up until now and other efforts that is necessary to continue Expo going forward. Let's have her on the stage. Please give her a big round of applause. Good afternoon. This is the last session, and I'm very nervous right now. So the expo has been going on for 2 days, and we have been able to have an opportunity to listen to some insightful and inspiring research results and lectures. So today I will provide, which is different from the previous lectures, I will give you an explanation on the history of the Seoul International Meditation Expo and the path going forward. Because of the time limitation, I will move on very quickly. So I would like to ask for you. Good afternoon. This is the last session, and I'm very nervous right now. So the expo has been going on for 2 days, and we have been able to have an opportunity to listen to some insightful and inspiring research results and lectures. So today I will provide, which is different from the previous lectures, I will give you an explanation on the history of the Seoul International Meditation Expo and the path going forward. Because of the time limitation, I will move on very quickly, so I would like to ask for your understanding. So from now on, so today I will give a presentation on the Seoul International Expo, on the Seoul Expo of today, tomorrow. And first, you can see on the contents that we will go over the achievements and the history of the Expo, as well as the Expo in 2023, as well as the future development of the Meditation Expo. Next, it is the title of the first Expo, Meditation Expo to the fourth. The first one is a 2020 Meditation Soul on, and 2021 it was Meditation A New Connection, and for 2023 Meditation A New World, and for this year in 2023 we have prepared Meditation An Invitation to Daily Lives. So the purpose of the meditation under the sponsor of the Seoul City, and we kicked off in September 7, 2020 with the title of Seoul International Meditation Festival, Seoul On. And that year, however, the COVID-19 pandemic just began to spread around the world. We have some technical difficulties. I will resume my presentation. That year, as you're well aware, the COVID-19 broke out all of a sudden, and it was the first virus, and there has been a lot of fear around the world. So we especially we were semi-forced into social quarantine, and it prolonged it, which affected the mental and psychological stress of the people. And against this backdrop, we have been able to conduct this event, and Dongguk University thought about what kind of practical help we are be able to provide to citizens, and as an answer, we began organizing the event called on the Meditation Expo. So the purpose of the event is as follows. At a time when psychological and mental distress is an epidemic across the society due to the prolonged coronavirus outbreak, meditation can be a great way to help. And secondly, it is an on-tag meditation for the non-cut era, developing a meditation channel that can be safely communicated at any time and anywhere. And third, it also aims to spread going beyond society, individuals and nations and cultures and society. It is to spread the health and happiness of meditation. And this is done so by disseminating a variety of meditation methods that anyone can experience and practice in their everyday lives. So I will go over the organization of the event. Along with Dalai Lama and Christopher Gummer, Mingyur Rinpoche, and other global meditation experts have been participating for the Meditation Expo. So under the theme, We Time in the Time of Korea, we have provided details such as a meditation for those committed to healing from COVID-19, meditation for a new normal in the time of coronavirus, meditation to overcome psychological distress in the time of COVID-19. Moreover, in addition to assist people to overcome anxiety and pain in your body and mind, we try to comfort and encourage them with a meditative music performance. As a result, in the effective way to reduce physical emotion distress and overcome anxiety and fear of the COVID-19 we were able to confirm that it was Buddha's teachings based on Buddhist meditation. And seeing such a large number of people, over 5,000 people participating in the event, it saw and we have been confirmed that we will be able to hold this event offline as well. And followingly, we have held the second Seoul International Meditation Festival. It was sponsored by the Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism as well as the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and we expanded the project. The program was divided into 4 parts: academic, experimental, cultural, and archiving. And the second edition also focused on building the 3D online platform. The calendar of events is as follows. And I will go over the details just briefly. So through international conferences, the focus has been on promoting exchanges with world-renowned scholars, strengthening Dongguk University external recognition and status, and leading its role as a representative meditation institution of the Korean Buddhist tradition. For the first time in its 21-year history, the conference was held in April 3rd to 5 in 2021 for 3 days as a fully online 3-day event that was brought together minds in the field of meditation from around the world on the topics of meditation, brain science, and well-being, and meditation and psychotherapy. And not just from specialized scholars, but from a wide range of topics including contemporary meditation and science, art, education, economic, business, architecture, and more. So we opened the door to meditation to a wider range of audience by opening up poster presentation portion of the conference to anyone interested in meditation. And also in the traditional meditation section, which is the core foundation of our event, we introduce Kwana Son by Surapu and Vipassana, as well as compassion meditation, as making it easy for anyone to gain access to traditional Buddhist practices. Furthermore, in order to make it easier for ordinary citizens to follow, the applied meditation program was prepared, including walking meditation, camping meditation, and subway meditation, and it was distributed for free through YouTube and offline. So it was booklets and videos. So you can see that on the screen there is a collection of scripture readings, and it offers comfort and hope to those suffering from COVID-19, and it was also distributed. In addition, at the second event, the Happiness Delivery Meditation, which was developed for the first time with a focus on Dongguk University, was conducted as an on-site guidance program that customized the meditation method needed according to age and profession, and a professional instructor visits and guides the participants wherever they need meditation, giving them great comfort and hope. The Happiness Delivery Meditation was so well received that 10 videos were produced and distributed and on-site. So it was so popular among all types of people, including doctors and students. So up until now, it is being distributed across the nation, libraries and schools. In addition, at the second Seoul International Meditation Festival, we developed Korea's first meditation application using augmented reality AR, developed by combined state-of-the-art AR technology with Dongguk University's meditation program. Aqua Meditation app allows citizens to visit Dongguk University and enjoy experience meditation in various places on campus. And with the development of Korea's first meditation application using augmented reality technology, Dongguk University has begun to emphasize meditation as the hub of AR meditation. On the other hand, with the prolonged distancing, in order to open up a two-way street of communication, we have made a live coaching time where people could ask questions and consult us together. So we gave them a sense of participation and presence at the event. And for those who are not aware about meditation, we also provided basics and basis of meditation, making it easy for people to follow along. And it is a beginner's guide for meditation. Moreover, we also opened the so-called meditation art era by calling for domestic and international creative works based on meditation. And this encouraged people in various fields to become more interested in meditation. and it has been narrowed the distance between meditation and art and laid the foundation for the Seoul International Meditation Expo to become a global event. And for the opening performance, Meditation Meets Science, we explore the healing process of the mind and desire for environment. And a meditation concert was also held in parallel with talk shows so that the performance and participants could participate together. And in particular, the meditation concert was a pan-religious beyond any specific religion, comforting the hearts of all people. And a revolutionary contribution of the second event was the launch of the Meditation Library, the first specialized archiving service for meditation in Korea. This is an attempt to build on the infrastructure that Woongung University has in place, collecting a database of meditation-related articles, books, and journals, as well as various materials and videos from centers, research institutes, and educational institutions in 4 languages, Korean, English, Japanese, and Chinese, and establishing an index site so that meditation materials can easily and quickly be found at a glance. And lastly, the second Seoul International Meditation Festival, its greatest achievement was to go beyond the COVID-19 era and prepare for the current and future era, which is a virtual reality 3D metaverse online platform. The 3-day event, which was held in a differentiated virtual web-based space, it allowed people to intuitively experience various viewings in the era of academic, experimental culture, and library. The second meditation festival, which consisted of 11 programs, was the first in Korea to establish a 3D homepage online platform enabling many people to participate online and experience meditation even during the COVID-19 crisis. All of this is part of a larger conversation and sustainable meditation and what people are asking for. So it is the result of deep reflection and contemplation. As such, the second Seoul International Meditation Festival can be seen as a realization of the possibilities of the meditation in the modern world while exploring the infinite role of meditation in society with significant development and scale compared to the first. Followingly, the third Seoul International Meditation Expo changed the name of the event from festival to Expo and started to expand the scope of the event significantly. So the entire program is consisted in 6 areas. So the academic conference was held for the second time, and it was under the theme of meditation and healing, meditation and science, and meditation in future society for 3 days. And we had a number of scholars from home and abroad to present a lecture, and we have achieved a lot from this conference as well. And in the traditional meditation, we had lectures on sun and happiness of the Buddhas, healing the mind through sun and happiness, promoting wisdom in the vipassana of the Buddha, and sun and happiness were presented in a more accessible way. And for applied science, a total of 14 programs and books were distributed, including MSc meditation, meditation, youth Kanhwa Sun program, and mindfulness meditation. A total of 9 customized programs were developed, including the happiness delivery meditation and the meditation for soldiers, counselors, rehabilitation therapists, delivery workers, service worker, college students, seniors, and parental cards, and which were produced and distributed to teach them. In the culture part, we held a 10-second video contest and meditation music contest, which attracted great response from domestic and foreign artists as well as the MZ generation. In addition, the third Seoul International Meditation Expo established an industry part to introduce the global development of the various high-tech industrial meditation devices and to explore their utilization and future vision industrial field. And to help you experience these cutting-edge meditation devices for yourself, we have created experience zone for it, and it was a great success, especially with young people. And we have also created the meditation playground, which utilizes a social media platform designed to engage the general public. And it breaks down stereotypes that meditation can only be done in special places and introduces meditation spots that anyone can find in their daily lives, leading to the normalization and popularization of meditation. And in the Metaverse homepage exhibition hall, which we developed further compared to last year, we created a 3D stereoscopic graphic to make it possible to experience everything from the event introduction to the exhibition hall and realistic virtual exhibition hall, which received a great response. So the above summarizes the project and the purpose of the business from the first to third. First of all, it is a leap to an online meditation base, and second is to alleviate the national trauma caused by the coronavirus, and it is to provide healing and deliver healing methods by meditation to emotionally distressed people around the world, and third, to explore the connection between the fourth industrial convergence context and the new industry related to the meditation as such. So let me summarize the key takeaways from this. First, to people suffering from the mental pandemic of COVID-19, meditation provides emotional, psychological, and physical peace and comfort. And second, it has made meditation more accessible by disseminating a variety of meditation methods that can easily be experienced and practiced in everyday life. And third, for being first in the Buddhist world to develop a meditation channel that allows safe communication anytime, anywhere using interactive online high-tech media for the non-face-to-face era. Last but not least, we're proud of our achievements in expanding the role of meditation and exploring the possibilities of expanding the meditation industry through close connections with medicine, psychology, science, economic, and industry. Then, let's go over the participation and engagement. So participation in the event increased for the first edition from about 5,000 people in 2020 to 20,000 people in the second expo, and for about 35,000 in the third, and it was a 364 increase from the first expo and 172 increase from the second, demonstrating how much the public responded to the event. Spurred on this, the fourth edition of the expo is expected to attract at least 50,000 participants, which is a 140% increase last year, and I do believe that we will accomplish this. Then this year, I will go over the fourth Seoul International Meditation Expo, an invitation to everyday life, and I will go over the programs for this. So the fourth expo, because there has been some social distancing because of the COVID-19, but it has been curbed, and it is the first face-to-face event in 3 years. Under the banner of popularizing, globalizing, and making meditation on everyday life, this year's event has become a face-to-face event with almost all of the programs that could not be participated in last year due to the restrictions, but it is now accessible on face-to-face. So when you look at the program, there are 6 categories, and we have 40 detailed programs. They have been prepared, allowing more people to experience and enjoy a variety of meditations of their choice. In addition to we have the Dongguk University's Jasam Room and other Sun Center, and we have increased the locations across the country, dramatically increasing the accessibility of participation. For this year, the conference featured for the past 2 days of talks by 11 speakers on topics of meditation dharma and meditation daily practices. And tomorrow, which is the third day, will be covering meditation and industry and meditation talks. Also, in the morning sessions, Venerable Sagang has presented, we have started a new program, which is K Meditation and K Youth Meditation Project. And these 2 projects are underway. First of all, for the K Meditation Development Project, it is a customized meditation program for each individual's emotional state based on the samsara, which is the core Buddhist doctrine, and provides a customized meditation program for each individual emotion state, consisting of 24 types of meditations to understand the causes of suffering and reincarnation and to escape from the samsaras. So first we have one for the adult and we have another one for the teenagers and also an application. So this K meditation development project will continue to be developed until 2026. Next, in K Youth Meditation, it will be carried out in two parts. One is the K Youth
The
Daily
K-teen Healing Meditation Program is used already in emotional meditation program developed through the hearts of adolescents who have a lot of emotional fluctuations due to their developmental stages and to experience stability and peace even with a short period of meditation once a day. It is composed of a total of 20 videos and books and is being distributed to middle and high schools nationwide for free. The K-teen Healing Meditation Program is a 4-session program for adolescents that helps adolescents to recover their relationships with themselves and others by recognizing their own emotions, accepting and loving themselves as they are. Both the one-day meditation and healing meditation programs are based on scientific verifications
carried out.
wave experiments. Currently, both KT meditation programs are being used in middle and high school settings, such as creative class, meditation class, and other classes. They are also expected to be used at various teaching contents in conjunction with meditation centers and Buddhist religious activities. Happy Delivery Meditation has been incorporated into the education division this year, and is being developed into a more diversified and specialized program for the proposed meditation education for citizens. So this year, meditation was developed for security guards, financial workers, chronic pain patients, support players, connected people, international student caregivers, teenagers, and sanitation workers based on age, industry, and health status. And this year, traditional meditation videos from Venerable Subo, Venerable Hegel, and Venerable Buddharakita are prepared to add depth to traditional meditation. Applied meditation is prepared with a total of 9 meditation, including meditation for stress relief for the MZ generation and meditation for improving self-esteem for college students. Starting this year, all meditations have been held at Donggung Meditation Center from June with 4 sessions per program so that all meditation can be experienced directly. This year, the Sun International Meditation Expo has introduced new experiential programs, including intensive Ganhasan practice and gateless gate meditation, and meeting with the Zen masters intellectuals. These are high-quality meditation and practice programs that utilize Buddhist traditional methods. The first of these is intensive Ganhasan practice, which is a program that aims to experience and promote Ganhasan meditation for modern people. It is a program that allows participants to understand the principles of practice and experience the method breaking through the Hwadu through contemplation. It was held at the Odesan Meditation Village for 5 days under the guidance of Venerable Subu Sunim. So the intensive Ganhasan practice, which was attended by 57 people who applied in advance, is significant in that it opened up a space for ordinary people to experience Ganhasan meditation directly. The second new experimental program is Mummugan meditation. Mummugan meditation is a traditional Korean Buddhist practice that is rarely accessible to the general public. It was held for 5 days at the Hangbok in Hongcheon, and it provided many participants with new experiences and great impressions. It was a valuable program that allowed participants to experience meditation practice in the world of enlightenment through a short Mummugan program. In addition, the meeting with the semesters and the lectures program was held where participants could learn about Zen and meditation directly from Buddhist masters and meditation experts who are usually difficult to interact with. The program was very popular. The program was all held by pre-registration, and as soon as it began, the number of applications was so overwhelming that it was impossible to receive all of them into the venue. It happened for 7 days with 20 sessions, so the total number of participants counts 1,897. So the program ended successfully. The fact that we were able to prepare such high-level experience programs based on Buddhist tradition is confirmation that Dongyu University is a center of Buddhist practice. The role of the Seoul International Meditation Expo, which is at the forefront of this effort, is huge. In addition, meditation in the city meditation room was a program where ordinary people could learn and experience some of the contents of the Dongguk University Common Liberal Arts course called the Self-Meditation under the guidance of Dongguk University meditation experts. The program was held for 3 days in the Dongguk University meditation room and was very successful. Walking pilgrimage meditation is scheduled to be held for 2 days from October 25th to 26th on two routes, the Seoul Grand Park Loop Trail and the Tancheon and Bongwon-sa Sangwon Gyeolsak길. This is the first step in a plan to expand the scope of meditation experiences beyond the university campus and eventually to the entire country. And the meditation library, which has been continuously updated, is linked to the Dongguk University Library. It is prepared to share materials about meditation from all over the world, including related books, academic journals, and papers, as well as images and videos related to status education events of meditation temple stays. The virtual reality 3D Metaverse online platform, which is one of the major focuses of the Seoul International Meditation Expo, has been developed into Metaverse Experience Exhibit Hall this year. In the 5-theme-based Metaverse spaces for Culture Hall, Academic Hall, Experience Hall, Educational, and 8-fold Pass Experience Booths, which are imaged as campus space, meditation can be experienced with more fun. In particular, this year, the experience booths, which can be considered as the highlight of the experience events, will be set up in the Paljeongdo Plaza of Dongguk University, providing an opportunity for ordinary citizens to experience meditation. The experience booths are organized into 5 themes: meditation in soul, meditation in tech, meditation in healing, meditation in hobby, and meditation in the world. A total of 24 diverse and exciting experience programs are prepared, including healing spot meditation, advanced technology meditation, quiet healing meditation, and the traditional oriental medicine and meditation, as well as world meditation booths of Korea, the UK, the US, Taiwan, Turkey, India, France, and Vietnam. In particular, the World Experience booth will be installed in an octagonal dome booth inspired by the Eightfold Path. Various programs such as meditation performances and lectures from 9 countries around the world will be held. And the last, now I will present the development direction of the Seoul International Meditation Expo. First, to set the development direction of the Expo, I briefly examine the external and internal environment. The external environment is divided into government policies and economic social trend and demand analysis. Among them, let's take a first look at the government policies related to meditation. There are national policies such as the development of digital media and tourism, enhancement of K-content brand value, strengthening of R&D and public functions for mental health, and support for the discovery of 70 tourism programs in 5 fields, including healing and meditation. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a growing public interest in mental health in Korea. As a result, the government has strengthened its R&D and the public functions in the field of mental health. The economy and the industrial sectors have revealed that the majority of people spend their free time for relaxation, which is increasing in line with the social trend of shorter working hours. Accordingly, it is predicted that the demand for leisure time related to health will increase even more significantly starting this year. As the COVID-19 pandemic is over, in terms of meditation, it revealed the major meditation apps are generally categorized into theme-based meditation, personalized meditation, and meditation music. Now that we are seeing the slide of social trend, as I mentioned, people have more leisure time. And what people like the most is first, mental health enhancement. Second, regular exercise, improve the sleep environment. And the third was interest in meditation. It has been confirmed that the most people who meditate do mindfulness meditation. So 47.9% of adults are under high stress, and 51.5% of them seem to be interested in meditation. They are aware of the positive effect of meditation, but 60% of them think that they need to have enough time to meditate. In other words, it is confirmed that people are aware of the positivity of meditation and feel the need to make it a habit, but they feel it is difficult to access due to the entry barrier of time. Then let's take a look at the current internal environment of the Meditation Expo. First, the Seoul International Meditation Expo has expanded to 40 or so programs in 6 areas through 4 years of quantitative and qualitative growth. Second, the Seoul International Meditation Expo is in line with the university vision and medium. The third International Meditation Expo has experience in meditation education and program development, as well as a rich academic and human resource infrastructure. Fourth, so in the future, it is required to grow in a direction that secures the identity and tradition of the Expo, strengthens its own research and academic functions while securing popularity and globalization. So this is our business roadmap. First stage is creation of the K-meditation ecosystem. Stage 2, commercialization of K-meditation culture, and stage 3, establishment of K-meditation globalization. In 2023, the Expo is currently in the second stage of focusing on the development and distribution of traditional Buddhist meditation contents through the popularization and globalization of meditation in daily life. So based on the above analysis, the Seoul International Meditation Expo has set the following 6 development directions. Number 1, expand the virtuous cycle of daily meditation that will provide mental stability and peace to modern people who are struggling in the midst of rapid technological advancement. Number 2, establish a new paradigm by leading the popularization of meditation by lowering the barrier to entry to meditation through meditation apps, programs, and workshops that can be easily experienced anytime, anywhere. Number 3, strengthen global status through globalization of meditation by developing and promoting various programs based on Korean tradition Buddhist practice for global citizens of diverse cultures. Number 4, expand meditation infrastructure through professionalization of human resources so that they can lead specialized meditation based on Buddhist scholarship and practice secured by Donghae University. Number 5 is establish practicalization of medication through the development of K-meditation in a variety of ways, including health, well-being, neuroscience, psychology, society, education, culture, and art. Finally, I believe that the Seoul International Meditation Expo should strive to become a world meditation hub by pioneering online 3D virtual experience spaces for the first time in the Buddhist community. So the Seoul International Meditation Expo is the largest meditation event in Korea, hosted by Donghae University, a global center of Buddhist scholarship. With over a century of history, the Expo will continue to strive to promote the health and well-being of the people around the world through Buddhist meditation. This is the end of my lecture. Thank you for listening. This is the end of the second day of the 2023 Seoul International Meditation Expo Conference. We express our gratitude to everyone who has been with us today. We have also prepared a lot for the final day, which includes dialogue between meditation and industries and meditation talks. We kindly ask you to join us again tomorrow. We wish you a safe journey back home. Goodbye.